conversation. See, the good thing about GPT is it's family friendly, so
Of
I
course
don't
it
care
is.
if you talk about it. No, I mean, I am serious though. Like, if they could just maybe reduce the restrictions to maybe light violence or something, and then that could get you a story. But the adversity to just anything, from even like any kind of conflict with two characters, it just refuses for me. And it's really difficult to write anything or even be inspired to continue writing something if you can't even do that.
Yeah, I mean, it starts out with people doing fan fiction
Yeah,
because they like the content and the product and they have like a foundation they can live with.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. Like, fan fiction is something people, they write it all the time. And it's like, yeah, they can't legally sell it, but there's been a billion stories that have written and started in fan fiction, and then, you know, they did a once over on it, and they brushed it up into their own IP and then sold it.
And that happens all the time with like fan games as well.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Fan games are a pretty popular one.
Yeah, it's
But of course,
basically
GPT is not going to generate you a video game.
it's this constant like war on just ideas in general, which is like it's such the oddest thing in the world to like want to be in conflict with your consumer, just to that
Yeah,
degree.
it's this corporate like scaredness of any level of liability. It's like even the tiniest thing they just absolutely cannot do, and it's understandable. Like
And yeah, when was the last time?
every mhm,
When
go
was the
ahead.
last time like a generification or something entering public domain caused a company to fully collapse?
Yeah, no,
So
it
you can
doesn't really
pivot.
happen at all.
You can pivot a corporation. Oh, we're being attacked already. Oh, they're getting inside. Oh no, the drones repaired it. Never mind. There's a bunch of repair drones over there, so they fixed them up before they did much. I'm still so impressed with how this whole array of like drones has just like done what they've done.
I mean, basically all of the solar panels is drones, so yeah, for sure. They're getting work done. There are in-universe GPT.
Well, I guess in this case they're pre-trained deterministic.
But here's the thing, they're not censored. They'll blow up people, they don't care. You give it some explosives, you tell it to put it down, it'll do it. That pathway from like my stuff to the solar panel field is it needs some like dense charging ports along that path. There's just so many robots, they can't all charge quick enough. At least until they get to the actual like solar field where there's a billion of those roboports.
All right, I had to. When you don't play like 2 weeks in a row, you have to like remember how to play. I'm currently having that dilemma right now.
I have more trouble learning what to do than how to play.
That's an interesting dilemma that you're in. Like, I was fortunate enough to like be in a spot where I only do anything with uranium right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are in the middle of that, aren't you?
Oh, this is a peculiar situation. My miners are going ham. Am I running out of sulfur? No.
What
Ooh,
about sulfuric
I just
acid?
need modules on these miners over here. Speaking of modules, can I borrow some of those?
No, get your own.
Get your own, son of a bitch.
I would like to help you, but like, that's literally my entire base is dedicated to building those, and I'm still not producing enough for my own stuff. Like, do you see these miners producing the landfill that they're using?
Do you have modules on all of those?
Yeah, 2 of them are still awaiting modules, so like my stores are all tapped out. And what I have, I'm actually down here taking them for other things. You can actually get a few efficiency modules if you want. And
So how do I ghost put on efficiency modules?
well, you know what? I don't know how to do that. No idea. Okay, so you can take. I'll give you 100 efficiency modules. And hang on, because those aren't going to help you mine faster. But what will help you mine faster?
They'll keep. There's
Speed
no
modules.
laser turrets over there, so they're just within the range of repairing that wall constantly until it's just an infinite loop right there.
I gotcha.
Instead, like,
And
oh,
now-
let's tear down the wall. You would think they would just go around the wall.
Now it's an arms race. Who's gonna win? Are they gonna run out of repair kits before the laser turrets show up?
Seems like some of those robots might die first from the acid.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're taking some like AoE, aren't they? Yeah, but you also have like 1,000 robots in the system, so I feel like if there's one thing I'm not worried about, it's running out of robots. Especially when, I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, look at all the little yellow dots in the solar field.
Yeah.
Like, all they have to do is finish their job there, and they'll just go right on up.
All right, so I'm gonna have to steal efficiency modules through the logistics network. You said I can take
Yeah,
efficiency what?
You can take 100 efficiency modules and 100 speed
which
modules.
tier?
3.
Three.
Don't take the lower tiers.
Okay, so just 100.
But no productivity modules. Don't touch my productivity module. I will drive a tank up there and run you over.
You
So
don't
don't
use
do it.
speed modules at all?
I just have spares I can give you, which is why I'm only giving you 100. Don't take a single one more.
All right,
But
well,
that should be like enough to cover all of your electric drills or most of them. And then what I recommend is 2 efficiency modules for every 2 speed modules, so that way you're not like destroying our power grid too.
Okay, so I also need speed modules. I need 1 speed module for every efficiency module.
Well, that's like the ratio that I find to be pretty decent, but you can do 3 speed to 1 efficiency too. That does like 3 times power, a little under 3 times power. But if you do 2 and 2, it's just a little more balanced. Depends on like, you'll have to like put it in your uranium and see if it's a good enough boost. Well, you know what? Maybe we did run out of robots. They're all heading back to get more repair kits, so there's only 1 left.
And he'll get through and eventually die instantly.
That's a big guy too, a behemoth spitter. Those are the toughest enemies we'll get in the game. As far as I know, they don't get stronger.
I mean, he's about to get through the wall he needs because he needs a 2. It's kind of funny how slow he is. I'm just kind of mesmerized by the situation here.
Oh, we got a wave coming in. Yeah, the wall's been automated. It's
oh, it's repairing. It's a stalemate.
Oh, they came back more.
Yeah, some more came in with repair kits.
Where are the darn ones with the laser turrets?
Oh, here they come. I see them.
No, those are...
Well, they have the laser turrets, but they don't have a power. They don't have electricity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's the power lines didn't come yet.
Yeah.
Just some laser
They came in
turrets.
from the other direction. Dang. Oh yeah, look at that. There's more of them trying to reach, but they're running out of battery before they get to it. If I added like 1 more layer of solar, they'd be able to go straight to that wall. It'd be like the most well-stocked wall that we'll have. Just because of all the roboports underneath it.
So I want it. So you do have efficiency module 3s that I can have.
Yes, 100 of them, no more.
Just okay, okay. Excuse me. The speed modules. You have
Yes, 100 of them, no more.
100
100
speed
of both.
modules. Okay.
100 efficiency, 100 speed modules. Don't take any more.
Those will eventually come to me, I guess. I'll have to make sure I don't put any down.
I mean, don't you have to put down a chest, like a logistics requester chest or something?
No, you just—that's what you do in that side, that logistics guy in the middle. But you have to like.
I mean, you could do that, but if you do that, it's going to constantly stock you with 100.
Well, I'm gonna wait until I have 100 and then take it off.
Alright, I want to keep an eye on my modules now.
I mean, it's not even likely at this point that I'll even get any. Oh, apparently I found like the one dead zone in my little area, because they do that logistics feature. You have to be inside like the orange space on the
But you've been messing around with Dolly 3, right?
not as much as you.
Shoot, whenever I see them come out with like a new technology, whether it's like GPT-4 or some of its new enhanced capabilities, I love just like testing it. Just go in there and ask it like some sort of proctor in an exam. Can you do this? Can you do that? It gives me a pretty good idea of like what it's capable of, and like I'm keeping tabs on it because it's getting really close. There's gonna be like a point where it becomes very, very useful, and then like suddenly you can do a lot of things with it. It's gonna be like a hurdle, but there's a couple things that are stopping it from being that right now. I mean, the censorship is a big one. They've still got to figure out what the heck they're doing there, so that way you can write a story. Basically, the best thing you can use GPT or Dolly on, like, yeah, okay, it's super cool. It can draw some really neat things. It's pretty close to being able to draw something like, you know, a comic book or something like that,
Yeah.
something along those lines. But it's not there just yet. It can't do text, but that's fine. You could technically edit that in Photoshop or something, right?
Of course.
But it can't do I mean, it can't do some things right. It's not good. Dolly, for example, is not very good at creating a scene and having that scene be exactly as you describe it. So let me give you an example. You know, Baldur's Gate 3, a recent game that came out.
Yeah.
I've been playing that with the other group, right? And so there's 4 people. We each have our distinct characters. And those characters are, and I guess I can send you some of these pictures.
Like, how deep is that character creator?
Okay, so it's super cool, first of all. I will admit the drawings it outputs are very good and very clean for what they are. But it doesn't always translate to what you're asking for, and that's the hurdle it needs to pass right now. So you can say, and it gets worse the more complex the scene is. So if you ask, let's say, like, I want the picture of like an orc, okay? Because yeah, it's your fantasy character. It's in Baldur's Gate or whatever. So I want a picture of an orc, but I want a picture of an orc paladin. Well, now you're complicating it. It'll give you an orc, and it might even be a pretty well drawn and pretty clean picture and depiction of an orc. But what I have noticed is that typically you will see styles bleed into it. So I've noticed in many occasions that, like, I've gotten a World of Warcraft style orc. You know, it's a popular franchise. Orc is probably that's probably among the most well-known franchises that an orc would be from, I would guess. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
So it'll get you an orc, but it might bleed into that style. But now I added the term paladin. What is a paladin? Like, tell me, how do you understand, or what do you understand as a paladin? What does that mean to you? If I say there's an orc paladin, what might you imagine?
Huh. That is a pretty good question. Since I'm not in that fantasy mood, that's kind of a bit of a shift gears all of a sudden.
Keep your light on your feet and all that, you know.
Because like, if we had,
It's not like a wrong answer.
yeah,
It's
of
all
course.
artistic
So
stuff,
you would think orc in some kind of like knight's armor in a way, if you would.
yeah, exactly. And that was what I was thinking too when I requested it, but that's not what you get. Instead, what you get, well, let me see if I can find one of the one of the images. Oh shoot, what's happening?
It's the other corner.
Okay, well, I should probably first append that it can do single characters if you describe a single character. So, but anyways, let me send you what the heck. Where's my screenshot working? Well, here's what it sent, first of all, for orc paladin, right?
All right.
It's relatively close. I don't know if I'd consider that armor to be a paladin's armor, but you know, it gets there. It did send this, which I think is kind of close, except I suppose you could call that an orc. And I even asked, so okay, let me back up just a little bit here, because these images are kind of leading up. I'm leading up to the reason why it's so limited. This is pretty good. It's pretty close. I think that's like you can. I would accept that. So there's a green orc. So we have a green orc paladin, and then we have a gray orc warlock. That's who I play as. I hold a glaive when I play the game. So let me now give you the pictures of a gray warlock holding a glaive, right?
All right.
One more, because I'll give you two of each. What do you think? Would that be a gray warlock orc? And I did say wearing heavy armor, so
Sure.
I do wear heavy armor. So I'd say that.
So that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good too. And then, I guess I stopped there because I could kind of see the pattern. Now,
they're all facing to the left for the most part, or turned in that way. That's another little something I noticed.
I think GPT takes from like a like seed, like the random generation seed that it uses to generate the like next images.
Uh-huh.
So I think the fact that they're all facing isn't a coincidence. I think it's because it's all in the same thread. So anyways, let's keep going back up. Now I asked it to describe a scene. I said, let's have the 4 party members fighting an adamantine golem in a lava forge. And this is the same description that drew these images individually. So let's start with the green orc paladin. Do you see what's wrong with this?
Huh. Well, walk me through what you're seeing.
Okay, so first of all, the prompt again was
the muscles are
4 party
so
members
wacky.
Fighting the adamantine golem in a lava forge, or fighting a adamantine golem in the lava forge. So this is really cool. I like its depiction of what a lava forge is. They've got the green orc dude literally forging the adamantine golem. You know, creative kudos. However, I described it as a heavily armored paladin, a green orc who's heavily armored and has no beard. So the first thing, it has a beard.
Yeah.
Second off, that's not really the same armor. It's not really heavily armored. That looks like some concept art from a
Yeah.
Warcraft orc, which is how I kind of suspect that's why it generated it like that. Now let's take a look at what the gray orc warlock looks like in heavy armor. Actually, upon second look, that one actually looks pretty good too, but you're about to see a similar style of influence. So here's the gray orc. Fighting an adamantine golem. Gray warlock orc. First of all, it didn't generate the glaive like the solo picture did. And it's not, I mean, it's kind of heavy armor, I guess. I guess if we were to like fuse warlock and heavy armor, I think what it came up with is pretty good. I don't know if that's a orc, but it sure as heck looks like it's from World of Warcraft too.
We're definitely getting to that point
Alright.
where that's almost close to being animated, then it's almost close to being put into a game, and then it's almost close to
Yeah.
being done in such a fast enough period where games are going to be functionally you trying to make an algorithm as quickly as possible to produce a game rather than, you know, actually make the game. You basically just like make something that makes it for you.
I mean, there's gonna come a point where, yeah, you would basically have all the art done that way, just because it'll be like the role that will be delegated to humans in this would be as like touch-ups.
I guess the question then asks: can we just like ask for raw textures at this point?
I don't know. That was actually, and I'm not gonna lie, I had that thought, and that was on my to test list. So I'll get back to you on that because I am genuinely curious. They have got to have tested it with the texture library. Like when you think web crawling images, because you know that's how they get it. They web crawl all over the web to grab images. When I think of that, I think of like a texture website because I've spent a lot of time on texture websites getting that for like 3D models and stuff. So I suspect they've been trained on it. I'm gonna test it soon, so I'll get back to you on that. But I want to let me continue with the story because this goes on for just a little longer. Because I'm really gonna like hammer home some of the limitations that you'll see with Dolly with this. So let's do the other two members in this party. There's a halfling, or I just described it as a dwarf because Dolly didn't really know what the heck a halfling is. To be fair, I don't really know what a halfling is, so I probably couldn't validate it either. So, Thatcher, dwarf archer, fighting the adamantine golem. And then finally we had, and this is the one that I suspect really screwed Dolly up. In Baldur's Gate, there's this race called, oh, shoot, I'm drawing a blank. I don't actually remember what they're called. Let me look at the prompt. Dragonborn. I describe them as like a humanoid dragon. And so we have one as a wizard, and this is what she would look like, right?
All right.
So this prompt itself is messed up. First of all, remember this is fighting an adamantine golem. Notice the other three had a golem in it, and this one suddenly doesn't.
Yeah.
So Dolly, for whatever reason, interprets humanoid dragon as two separate characters sometimes. Sometimes it actually gets it like spot on. But
Interesting.
other times it splits it and then makes the dragon one character and the humanoid another. And I've like double checked and changed the prompts up. It seems to be random, so I can't be sure. All right. Now let's move on to the next phase that hammers home the limitations of this image generation and why it can't be used in like a production manner. As soon as I'm done placing these pylons in Factorio.
Oh yeah, we're still playing a game, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm trying to like play both, tell the story.
Yeah, the Uranium 235 takes so long to build. I'm gonna have to go look at adding in another. Well, I'll see what these modules do when I get them installed properly.
Yeah. Well, at the least it gives you some like time to listen to the actual story.
Yeah.
So I wish I could like share my screen and just show you how long this thread is, because I want you to know this next part took a very long time to get things looking decent. There was always at least one thing wrong. And the fact that I could get like 3 or 4 is still really impressive. Like, that is cutting edge in terms of AI image generation. So, what was I trying to do? I'm trying to get those 4 characters in one scene. That's pretty much it. So the first attempts were actually decent. Not that the gender matters a whole lot, but the only female in the party was the humanoid dragon, so that one was supposed to be like female, just as like an added detail to test against. So here is the first scene. I said, give me those 4 adventurers, and I described their details all over again to GPT, so that way it wasn't out of context or anything.
All right.
And have them at an inn in a tavern, sitting around a table. This is pretty darn close.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty darn close, I would say, but it's not there. The details are wrong. The dragon is wearing a glaive, which should be, to my character, the gray orc, who you might notice is missing. Instead, there's a green orc who's not wearing heavy armor, like I had described. And instead, there's a human paladin, whom is not the green orc. But I suspect that's a paladin because that looks like he's wearing like paladin heavy armor, the dude with the glass in his hand.
Yeah.
The dwarf ranger, I'll give it that. That's pretty good. I did say he was young, but it drew him old. Fine, no big deal. The humanoid dragon, I don't know why there's butterflies above it. I think that's like a tiny dragon above it, and maybe that's like bleeding into the prompt somehow. So yeah, the details are like they're a little off, but the scene is pretty well composed. It's pretty close, pretty close.
Yeah, it's like it's having primordial dreams.
Now let me send you some other ones in that same. Go ahead here. So here's another one, and I asked it to like swap up the styles because I was curious what kind of styles it could draw. So you'll be noticing various styles throughout this little segment, I guess. Anyways, so this is like a wood burning of that same depiction. First of all, the dragon isn't like notably female, which is fine. I wasn't like concerned about it getting the genders 100% correct. It did get me as like a gray orc. I think that's a gray orc in heavy armor to the right of the blue dragon. And the blue dragon is not wearing a sword. The gray orc does have like I think that's supposed to be a book in his hand to like signify it's a warlock. That depiction's pretty close, I would say. The green orc paladin is nowhere to be found. That dude below the gray orc must have been that character that it interpreted.
Before I was going to say, it doesn't seem like it could handle past like 4 characters on the screen, but clearly we have 5 here.
It can actually do pretty good in like multiple scenes, but it's not good at like defining unique characteristics for people in the scene. That's probably the limitation in how I would sum it up. But you can see like the orc, or excuse me, the dwarf, actually aged it up even more. Young should have been in the prompt, and it gave like, yeah, it added an extra character for some reason. Here is another one that really showcases how it can miss details. It split the humanoid dragon into 2 characters again. It did get the gender correct on the humanoid side of the humanoid dragon. I don't know if I would consider any of the 2 people on the right side as orcs. The dwarf is again still very old. I like this one. This one's pretty good. So the guy on the left, we'll start left to right. The guy on the left is not really a dwarf, but he is young, at least relatively speaking. He looks like a ranger because he's got the little like quiver on his back, so pretty good. The humanoid dragon, the female humanoid dragon, I'd say that that qualifies for that descriptor. For some reason, GPT drew it as blue, probably because, actually, I'm not sure, because I technically gave colors to the orcs as well. This scene is missing an orc. Instead, it turned the gray orc into another dragon, I guess. And it turned the green orc paladin in heavy armor into a woman who resembles neither orc nor paladin. So details are missing.
You know, if you would have showed me this like over a year ago, and it's like, yeah, you know, this is just someone's concept art for game, I'd be like, man, that's kind of weird that they would color a dragon person like that. But I'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. Otherwise, now today it's like everything's just AI generated.
Yeah, like the fact that these and like I said, the art is very clean. Like before, in previous iterations of Dolly and even Stable Diffusion, which I think is like the open source thing.
I know there's Mid Journey as well.
Oh yeah, Mid Journey, but those are like there's always some sort of like smearing or some sort of blurriness or some sort of like vague feature.
Yeah, something incomplete.
Dolly 3 is fantastic at making the image clear. Like those are distinct objects in that picture, which is pretty good.
And you can almost say like you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's gonna kill art. I think it actually might help people become better artists, because now you can create like make this again, but as like a tracing object, like, you know, something like I can now trace like very low detail, medium detail, higher detail, so you can start like learning how to actually build detail on like your own arts, so you can use them as like foundations for yourself in the same way that you can, you know, start with code out of that and work with it and build your own structure. I think if people are careful with it, it can be a training tool.
I think there's not going to be a huge incentive to become an artist in the future if the AI can simply do it with various tools. I don't know if you've, and like I said, I've been diving into the whole AI rabbit hole, and there's a lot of tools involved with Stable Diffusion, which obviously are not exposed for Dolly, so you're kind of limited to like the GPT interface to getting your Dolly image. But if they continue to expand on that and expose some of the tools that you see in like Stable Diffusion, yeah, we'll just see more control over like what you're generating. And if you don't like something in the scene, you can like mask it out and then tell it to regenerate just that section. So like instead of me regenerating the entire prompt of that like last image, I could simply mask out the dragon dude and the woman on the right and be like, generate me 2 orcs. You know what I'm saying? And it just changes that section of the image. So like once we get to those level of tools and like control over the image, there's not going to be a lot of incentive to be like, let me spend 40 hours redrawing that whole thing by hand, rather than spend 40 hours to regenerate it. You're probably more likely to get a perfect one in those 40 hours of regenerating than you are by hand.
The sulfuric acid has stopped.
Well, check your oils. Make sure it's all balanced.
That must be what the case is.
You are overflowing with petroleum. You need to reduce or use more petroleum.
What uses petroleum?
A lot of things. Pretty much everything. Plastic and everything that uses plastic. Sulfuric acid and everything that uses that. Sulfur. The problem is all your lines are backed up and you're not producing any goods anymore.
Alright. What should I do?
Well, as like a temporary solution, you can probably turn off one of the chemical plants turning light oil into petroleum, and then maybe just add more storage tanks to the petroleum. The best solution would be to balance your production, but it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I could continue to show you, like, I think I generated trying to get, like, the actual scene with all 4 characters and their distinct characteristics. It was just not happening. I must have generated, like, 100 different images, and it just never quite got there. But it is creative in how it describes some of these characters, and the fact that they're fairly unique in the different styles is pretty cool.
Alright, turned off one more plant. You think that's gonna do it?
Did you add more storage tanks?
I suppose I need to do that now, don't I?
Yep.
More on the petroleum, right?
Yep.
Are we automating storage tanks anywhere?
Nope.
That's neat.
Just grab some steel off the belt, craft them in your hand.
And it'll take forever to do. Huh. Yeah, even the heavy oil has been heavily reduced out of the storage. I think I should go ahead and take off another one of the petroleum making.
I don't know. The goal is to balance it, so whatever you think is needed for that. Well, but I was saying Dahlia's like concept art kind of makes sense. It could be used in that way. Sort of like you hinted what it would look like, or that it kind of looks like that. And I think that, and maybe a handful of other things, like it can also be used to make logos. It's pretty good at that. But from like a production enterprise level tool, that's pretty much like its main uses, to be honest. And half the time, concept art, the fact that it can't generate details to the exact degree that you want is a limitation that prevents you from getting exactly the concept art that you would want to draw anyways. So
And something
that's,
consistent as well.
yeah, it's probably not exactly going to be very useful for that use case either. I think the logos is like 90%. Anyways, yeah, so back onto like the details. Like I said, I love testing its capabilities. I was curious about something. How much can we control the individual pieces in the scenes that we make? So obviously if we have 4 characters, it doesn't do very good. But what about if we have, and I just thought of something random, like what if I wanted to change one characteristic about someone? Just one tiny characteristic and make it different. And I should probably preface this by saying I came up with this idea to test this after I noticed most of the art is surprisingly symmetrical, or the characters are like chiseled Greek gods half the time.
I guess I didn't particularly notice that at first, but because that's like the stereotype for those types of, fantasy games is absolute
Exactly.
decked out, beyond belief, unrealistic for that time frame.
Yeah, exactly. So I was noticing this and I was like, okay, well, what if I wanted to make someone like kind of ugly on purpose without calling them ugly, but instead make them that way by like characteristic? And so my idea was, what if I made a guy waving his hand and then just made his thumb twice as big as a normal thumb? Just the thumb. Because, like, I don't know what that looked like. Dolly could show me. Okay, sorry. I said 3 times the normal size. And I'll just send this one as a lump. Like, all together. Ah, shoot. I resized the window and now it scrolled me in some random spot. Here we go. Because like this plays on like the accuracy of the detail that you want to change and the specificity or whatever the heck of the exact detail that you want to change. This is what it sent me from that prompt. Man waving goodbye with one hand, and the thumb on the hand is 3 times the normal size.
So it has like that big projection kind of deal.
Yeah, so first of all, it changed the entire hand. So like the level of detail, it doesn't seem to be able to separate the hand from the thumb very well without like also getting the whole thing.
That top left one definitely reeks like AI creepy face.
It does.
That bottom, yeah, that bottom right one definitely looks AI generated. That like bottom left one that looks like it could have been like a stock photo.
You're right, it does. It does look like a stock photo. But it also didn't change the thumb at all. It's just a guy waving goodbye. So that detail got lost entirely. The dude in the top left, his whole hand is
that
stubby.
guy in the bottom right, the bottom left, is that hand correct? Yes, just said okay.
The bottom left?
Yeah, like I was thinking because of the way it's angled, I thought I was like, man, is that hand in like the correct spot? I like it. Yeah, once again, like skin and muscle looks so bizarre outside of like toonish character stylings.
Yeah, you're right. That is like a little airbrushed. I asked it like, now have the man give a handshake to a businesswoman colleague. And this one, it just failed completely. It only gave me one image, and that's what it gave me. At that point, I was just like, yeah, I'm not getting anywhere with this.
See, it looks like it's supposed to be some like really heavily shaded and heavily detailed political drawing or something, like political cartoon.
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell it to give me a style. I just wanted it to get the details, you know what I mean? The less details I give it, I figured maybe the more likely it would get the ones that I am asking for. Unfortunately, yeah, that hand is significantly bigger than 3 times, and it's a lot more than just the thumb.
The cheekbones on that lady there, they're looking awfully expressed.
I didn't even notice that. You're right. That's horrifying.
It's basically like the cheeks like sucked up underneath a swollen cheek, like the muscles of around the mouth are sucked up underneath the cheek.
That is like a typical like propaganda thing.
Political cartoon.
Yeah, political cartoon even. And yeah, they're not even handshaking. They're like in the pose about to, I guess. And the dude's still like giving a thumbs up.
Well, the hands are also wrong because it's 2 hands on the same. It's the 2 right. On the would be the matching person, so right and left versus right and right.
Never mind, the dude on the left only has 4 fingers, including the thumb.
Yeah, and the lady has the proper 5. So he's got a cartoon hand. She's got a proportionate figure.
And all that just stems from me trying to get a dude with just an extra large thumb. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be like, is that right? No, that dude's thumb is a little bigger than it should be. But you can't get to that fine-grained detail with these prompts, unfortunately. And I think if they can pass that hurdle to where I could ask for someone like that, and then the picture looks entirely normal except for that one strange oddity, then yeah, this tool will be very scarily good.
Particularly when you can like take the same one over and over again and just tweak it and tweak it and tweak it. That's where
that's something you can do. That's something you can do in Stable Diffusion. There's actually this tool called image to image where you can take an image and iterate upon it. which is in fact, like, that's what I'm saying. When they get these kind of tools in for something like Dolly, where you can just iterate, yeah, you get very impressive results. But that's, you only need to iterate because it can't get the things correctly to begin with. But yeah,
Until like
that's
you
why that
eventually
Microsoft paper.
you probably get to the point where you can build like a profile of what you want to see and like a style profile, and that's what would
Yeah,
be your prompt channels would be that.
and they've got those as well in Stable Diffusion. Interesting. Have you already messed with AI before? You're just like listing off the tools one by one here.
It's almost like I'm in that field of some kind.
But yeah, that's right. They got like, they can do like style depictions and stuff. But that gets like to the complicated side of things. I think it's really neat to be able to prompt like, oh, give me this Dungeons and Dragons party or whatever, and then it can just generate that without you having to like sift through 1,000 iterations to be like, yeah, that one doesn't have a good hand, that one has funky face, that one the eyes are messed up, you know.
Oh, I finally got all of my modules. Those have been removed from the logistics guide, so I'm curious of how that affects the performance on the uranium up there. You know, we're playing the game. But anyways, yeah, the AI tools, that's the stuff I think about all the time. It's like, what is needed next? And most of it's like the structural things. It's like we're still in like the console iteration, like, you know, like more like a terminal. We're still like the like playing off a terminal level for AI. We haven't gotten to like that, you know, GUI interface yet, if you would. Does that make sense?
And yeah, you're right. I did notice like there's a few interfaces that people are making out there, and they're pretty good. But you're right. For the most part, it's like it is that console, the terminal.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
We're still in
That's a really good way to put it.
the command line.
We're not at the point where it's user friendly.
So it doesn't matter about the stuff because I haven't fixed my sulfur issue apparently.
Not yet.
What is the deal with sulfur? We're still being attacked like on every wall now, pretty frequently.
Yeah. I was actually going to mention that earlier. You can zoom out and just see that we're getting attacked like every 10 seconds. But it doesn't matter anymore. We are beyond that.
I wish there was a cut and move feature.
What about copy and move?
The AI, the drones have a tendency to not queue up properly for all that.
I'm pretty excited to see where things go. Hopefully we'll... If I had to guess, Dolly or a similar tool will exist that will be as good as I'm describing what I want within 10 years.
I bet we
It
get
could be
sooner
done
than that.
in... Yeah, well, I was just going to say, it could be done in 2 years, it could be done in 1 year, but I can say fairly safely that within 10 years, that technology should reach that point. Which means when it reaches that point, we're going to be seeing the disruption. Like, we're not seeing it yet. We're seeing it in blips and pieces here and there. But that's when even indie developers are like, okay, well, I'm going to use this tool now.
That's what's
Everyone
going
from
to come
indie
down to.
developers to enterprise.
It's going to come down to like, who needs a big organization to do all these big monster projects anymore?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm playing tower defense with the bases up north.
I guess you could do that. Are they actually able to like get up there and put things down before they all die?
I'm cutting and pasting most of the existing things and just getting power kind of spread around first.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I figured if the power grid is at least sophisticated enough, it can pretend, but I'm also limited by that next placement of my Roboport. A behemoth biter. That guy's looking scary. Alright, so that's just some automated defense turret for now. We need to figure out sulfuric acid. And of course that we means me.
Yep.
There is this other storage tank of sulfuric acid. Should I be tapping into that section? I suppose I could. Wait, am I not already tapping into this? Clearly not. Where does that sulfuric acid... Wait, no. I'm not making any... I'm not taking any of that sulfuric acid and actually pushing it up for... Am I? Where does these guys get sulfuric acid from? Gets it from that. Yeah, it gets it from this tank, but how come it has none up there? Is it a pumping issue?
Shoot. Do that.
You know what? I think the sulfuric acid is just fine, and that somewhere I accidentally busted the pipe, and I'm trying to figure out where that is. Because I did a lot of pipe removal. I did a lot of tree removal earlier, and I think, yes, I accidentally deleted a pipe segment. This is my bad. Let's go ahead and fix that. Aha. There, my issue was self-inflicted. My tower defense game is not working out. Oh, it looks like worms will shoot. No, it's just shooting the laser turret.
Do one now.
I'm playing 5 games at once. No. Well, I guess this would be good enough time as any to add those modules in. You said 2 efficiency, 1 speed, correct?
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm putting some thought into my restructure. That's why I kind of quieted it down. I'm like fixing a bunch of things up so I can get a little more space.
I'll definitely have to try to yoink out the part where we were talking about the AI tools, make a video out of it.
See if our predictions come true, you know, immortalize our predictions. Yeah, I think it's really neat where we're going with it, but shoot, anyone who has a job as an artist or a comic creator or any of those style jobs, dude, I feel really bad for them because, like, we're seeing in real time computers encroach on their job. There's gonna come a point in time where any Joe Schmo can go in and generate himself the new issue of Superman. And every single company that makes comics and every single company that owns copyrighted characters like that is going to fight tooth and nail to prevent it from happening.
And then it'll just get run offshore by, you know, Chinese
People
companies.
in, like, Vietnam. Yeah, like all of the pirated stuff comes from Vietnam.
A lot of it, I know a lot of it's in India these days. They have the, they have the better electrical infrastructure.
India does share a lot of that too. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe we'll see laws placed that will limit the technology, which I feel is pretty likely because copyright holders like Disney aren't going to want people to make their own home Disney movies, and Marvel certainly doesn't want people making their own, you know, comics.
I guess it goes in that thing. It's like, well, if perhaps their, you know, political standings now are not in good fate with the political leaders in that regard, then, well, they might not get their copyright protections.
Yeah. It may or may not happen, but my point is that the technology is capable of it, whether it becomes massively adopted in 10 years or not. So even if the technology is censored and limited by copyrighted works, it is fully capable, if properly trained and made, to handle that, which I think is just the coolest thing ever.
We'll be at some point more limited by the silicon. The physical hardware will be more of the limitation.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, this technology being created and emerging suddenly is not a coincidence. It, just like many other technologies, is born because that's simply the technology level and hardware that we have nowadays that can support that. It's like before, our current hardware struggles to run these AIs. It takes immense clusters of computers, even with our gigabytes and gigahertz and terabytes and whatnot. I was gonna say terahertz, but I guess if it's a cluster, maybe. But even with all that, it still takes months to train these AIs. So it's like, it's not a coincidence that it's only emerging now. Like, even though our computers are so much better than computer hardware from like the 80s, it's still like, this technology puts our current technology back to its infancy of, like, it's no longer cutting edge, or it might be cutting edge, but it's no longer sufficient.
Oh, does the module order matter?
No.
All right. Alright, so all the modules have been put up. And most of the centrifuges are now getting their guys. Am I losing my... Yeah, I'm losing my, my battle. How do you not have power? How do you not have power? You have... Oh. Yeah, never mind. I know why you don't have power. The moment I zoomed out, I figured out. Okay. That was funny. This biter killed this laser turret. I still had I had like a landmine in like the right spot, so when it turned around, it ran right into the landmine.
Nice. Landmine's still doing good work even in the age of robots.
one of those things, so I don't have any landmines to replace those. Man, the darn medium worms just have so much better range than the darn laser turrets, and so my laser turrets just get diced up.
Yeah, there's a oversight, I guess. I'm sure they do it on purpose, but yeah.
Why did you do that? Well, just why? Oh my lord. No, don't go repair it, idiot. No, take him up. Oh my lord. Okay, we actually saved him. Ooh, uranium is coming along far better than it was before. I'm actually getting a backup.
Well, we're reclaiming a little bit of land piece by piece. But it is increasing our power grid a little bit. Is it worth it? Probably not. But
Yeah, seeing as I'm still galaxies away from getting... Oh no, somehow uranium, I goofed up. I goofed. This was not supposed to happen. Oh, I did that to myself. That's my fault. I put something in the wrong spot. Oh, I'm almost got 40 uranium 235. I'm gonna need a bigger chest for the other uranium though, the 238. I guess I'll just go ahead and get the train going to that guy in the... I don't know what the heck I'm doing down there with the turbines, the steam turbines. They make electricity, right?
technically,
Yes, generates electricity.
assuming you have fuel in them or heat.
Yeah, and that's what I need to figure out what to do next is to get... How do I get the heat exchangers running? Like, what runs those? Do I even have a train station? I might, somewhere. I'll give that a few minutes and see if some guy brings a train station to me. Am I winning? No, nope, I'm not winning.
Ooh, yeah, it's a big wave.
How do we not have the big... Okay, yes we don't. I guess we just don't have those being made. That is my bad.
The what?
The tall towers. I thought we had the tall towers being made. We do not have those being made at all.
Oh, the ones
Anywhere.
that go really far.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Yeah. Yeah. Because basically the substations are good enough. Honestly, I don't see why you don't just use the substations. The big electric poles might go further, but their range around them is so awful.
Yeah, because it's meant to be like, you take those out far, and then you drag those in.
Right. That's what it's supposed to be, but to be honest, their range is not significantly longer than the substations.
Well, that area is just going to have to wait. Are you winning, son? I guess? I'm going to take that as a yes.
If you don't count the resource losses, yeah, of course.
No, we don't count those at all. That's rather automated.
I mean, the nodes they pull from are still limited in quantity. Aren't you running out of iron last we looked? Yeah, you're like 4 million irons down to just 1.
Oh, I saw the 3-1 million.
It's so tiny now.
I know. Yeah, this guy here is not doing jack. He has so many. There's so many miners just doing nothing. I need to probably convert those guys. I need to get that 17 or that other 1-3 million going at that other train station at some point.
You need to fix your grid in this area.
Oh, you want more? Yeah.
See all the robots coming out of the solar area? Since they're so far up north now, they're hitting that area when they're re-entering the base, and there's like next to no things. If you had do you see like that row, that one that goes down of roboports?
Yeah.
We had that on the other side of that road. That helped a whole lot. So
Let's
you
put
gotta, like,
down
mirror
2
that.
more roboports, but I suppose I can do further
Here,
expansion.
I guess I can do it as well. Okay,
Does the
yeah,
oil ever
there's
run
some-
out?
Yeah, oil runs out. It's efficiency. Well, technically no. You just get less and less based on its efficiency. So if you take a look at that, excuse me, what is yours at right now? 1,200. That's probably fine. I did amp up the efficiency for oil, so it's not really something we got to hunt for too often. Actually, I get rid of these trees without accidentally deleting your pipes.
Yeah, I made that mistake. Yeah, it's coming awfully close to my pipes there. All my pipes I keep laying. This man's out here laying pipe.
Oh,
I'm like, oh no, we're not doing that joke again. Are you winning, son? No, the swarms just have... Alright, they don't have any more pods. Those worms aren't even worth like dealing with right now. Nope, laser turrets are gonna be dead before they can get to pick them on up. Worms don't generate those guys, do they? The like
Nope.
spawners.
no, you can leave worms. They're usually fine. They just become a hassle if robots cross in that area. don't know, helping you with the infrastructure of your base.
You mean the legacy code?
Yeah, it's not. I'm optimizing it for these robots and the path that they're trying to go through.
They 1001 you very much. No?
The nerdiest of jokes. You're not producing concrete or something? There's like so many concrete patches.
They should be producing tons of it.
Maybe they just haven't gotten to it then.
Yeah, they just got... Somehow there's like a tiny little bit of concrete that's just not getting put into the storage.
The robots stopped putting down landfill.
Huh. Because they can't reach it?
I'm not sure.
And it's within range.
There's still like 150 landfill accumulated. Oh, there they go. They went back. Okay, so I guess they were just waiting for it to accumulate or something. Maybe they got put on low priority.
Well, other jobs got put in between. Hence my
there were
patchwork of
robots.
stone.
I mean, you can see all the robots are just popping right on out of that one roboport. So they were just idling.
Oh, there was 100 and over 140 in
It's
there at
like
one
a
point.
clown car. You just keep on coming out.
How many can be stored in one?
I'm not sure. At least more than a clown car is worth. Which is what, a few hundred?
Okay, so I need to get rocket fuel to this centrifuge. I gotta figure out what the heck the other steps are. So what do I do with rocket fuel or nuclear fuel?
You make heat and you add it to a steam turbine.
Oh wait, so I need to worry about doing the core Vaxer or core
No idea.
Covarex enrichment process,
It's probably related.
which just gives me like one extra 235. Okay, so let's see if I can make that happen. We're gonna play with one, and how should I do that? Like over here. is this whole ordeal? What's the purpose of doing this, just to get like 2 extra? If I only could put down 2 modules, do I just want 1 efficiency, 1 speed?
Yeah, that'd probably be fine. It really depends on your use case, but if you just need to probably general want to use it, it's usually a safe way to go. Efficiency module only reduces the power usage of the machine, whereas the speed module speeds it up quite a bit, but it uses like significantly more energy. And I think they don't balance each other out, so it's still like 10% power usage or something like that, even with an extra, or even with efficiency module and speed module together. So, but it's still worth it, especially if it's a miner, because you only have so much space to put miners down.
Interesting.
Where was I? I needed to enhance the amount of stuff I was. The amount of green circuits. More green circuits.
Ah. Fuel.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a train out of fuel.
It never got fuel. That's why he's out.
Still been a while.
Let's see. Do I even have any fuel to give him? Yes, I do. Alright, you can have basically everything on my... Oh, give me it. I should have gotten into it before... Yes. The answer is I should have gotten
now.
it.
It's gone now, isn't it?
At least like I can now do laps, you know, so that's kind of important.
Some runaway AI.
Being attacked again. That's just like on every Tuesday to us now.
Yeah, it's best just to ignore that. It's gonna keep happening.
I'm slowly getting more 235. Ever so slightly. And in fact, I'm just going to keep doing... I'm just going to have the one go in circles until further notice. Eventually, I'll have enough 235. I can make one whole nuclear fuel rod. Hopefully, we can get that done tonight. At least, you know, the starter bit.
Hopefully. That had been a while since I've not gotten that. But again, I've never messed with it, so it does sound like it's way more complicated than I ever thought it was.
It has been quite the uphill battle so far.
$132,000 wood. Man, we could build our whole base out of wood and we'd still have a bunch left over. Well, I managed to reclaim a lot of the lake.
I've named this train loop with uranium UMAT. I don't know. I just kind of felt getting creative there.
Okay, where does that come from?
Well, the U is for uranium. I guess the M's for material, or the mat's for material, but hey, start somewhere.
Well, careful now with that creativity. That's GPT's job now.
That's the AI's job. You're going to take job from good working AI.
Your job is to lift that crate 1,000 times, remember?
You
that truck.
You work, load your exoskeleton, and you die. Okay?
Yeah,
That's
why
what
are
you
we
do.
getting, like, AI drawing art and junk, and where's our darn exoskeletons?
You notice that too, huh?
There's a bunch of, like, news on exoskeletons every now and then, and it's like it just never goes anywhere. Probably doesn't help that those machines are worth, like, 200 grand each. And they never really function very well. And then there's a huge cord behind it. Have you seen those before?
I mean, I've seen stuff online, but nothing from a particular professional company. But, you know, I'm sure we'll get there. Oh no, where that mob was. Oh, that's so sad. They killed a light. How else will we see that they're there or not?
Oh no. Anyway.
I was about to say that. Has the pollution been checked anytime recently?
No, don't do that. You don't want to know that.
Good, because I've turned it off on my end, and then I choose not to look at it. If I ignore it, it'll eventually go away, right?
It is very different from how I recall it. Since I turned it off, and that is not a good thing. You know, it's no coincidence it'll be attacked every like 30 seconds.
You're saying someone's getting mad at us, huh? Saying, I'm implying it. Okay, so I need to somehow figure out how to get rocket fuel over here. Or perhaps I should load a rocket fuel onto a train and move that train over with the nuclear fuel. Can rockets use how do you... Wait, am I not... yeah, how do I make... Can trains use rocket fuel?
Yeah, they can.
All right.
That's like the best fuel for them, too.
Even nuclear fuel isn't usable?
I think nuclear fuel is a thing you can put in the cars. I think that's just something that generates heat, isn't it? I mean, you could give it a try and see. Oh yeah, no, looking at it, yeah, vehicle top speed, vehicle acceleration, yeah. Nuclear fuel's way better. Never used it before.
It would make
wow,
sense.
and the fuel value on that is insane. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Just keep making it. It's taking me all this time just to make one. You're like over there talking about your modules. I'm like, I still can't even make one. I need like 6 factories just to get this guy made.
Pretty brutal.
And then it ends up like, I finally made 1 nuclear fuel. It gets used in like 5 seconds. That'd be funny if like it gets used instantly, but it lasts for like days or something like that. Do I have darn rocket fuel on me suddenly? Quick, come look at this radiation that I have in my pocket. That's what all the kids are raging about, right? which direction is this darn thing going? The darn thing got turned around. Alright, hold on.
I wonder why it's suddenly not copying the splitters. Whenever I do like copy and paste on the splitter, it just doesn't seem to do it.
Oh, have they tried doing the ghost build on it to see if that fixed it?
Yeah, like if I copy the splitter individually, it's fine. But if I copy it in like... Huh. Actually, now it seems to be working. I wonder why it didn't work before. Maybe it's just when
Perhaps.
they're pasting it.
I was gonna say, like, were you in map build mode versus?
No, I was in person.
Okay. Because that maybe just when the range was wacky. I'm having those. Man, you sure you don't have any more of those efficiency modules laying around? Like I'm like scratchy, like twitching for them.
I actually do. I've actually made some. So if you want to grab more, you can grab another stack of 50, I guess.
All right.
Actually, let me double check. How many do I have? Yeah, I'd just start with 50. I'm trying to get them to pool over to my productivity modules, which is why I need what I need.
That's probably what I need on these uranium setup here. Some more of the productivity modules than anything.
Yeah, the productivity modules are my favorite, but I still have a huge need for them in my base. So if you want some, you have to build them yourself. more and more of the giant ones are starting to go into the wave when they show up. Hopefully they're already maxed out and they're not going to continue to become a problem. Hopefully. I need a fourth copper line. I just don't have enough copper coming through.
You can take some of mine if you need it.
No, I mean I have everything needed to make more. Don't have the like. I just have to make the whole new line, all the new furnaces and everything. Might be able to make less furnaces. If I use the what you call it? The modules.
Should I be hanging around this uranium this long? I mean,
Probably
it's I come back over, my guy's like lowing. So,
Oh.
you okay there?
We haven't researched cancer yet, so you'll be okay.
As long as cancer doesn't get unlocked, we're immune to it.
Just like the Dark Ages, right?
The Dark Ages.
No one had cancer back in those days. We'll just, completely ignore some other important things.
Oh. So if you run the train, it runs it as automatic regardless. If you switch out the manual, it's basically like tell it to stop. And that's kind of annoying because my train darn left on me.
Oh.
I explicitly told him to stay right there. Oh yeah, it was heat pipes was the other thing I needed like automated because that thing is also pretty intense. Yeah, heat pipes is steel plate and copper. I best go find a place to get that made. And hopefully we actually start paying attention to these alarms again because that's actually kind of annoying that every 5 seconds there's literally some guy on an assault.
I've kind of tuned them out.
So confident in the security, aren't you?
I'm pretty sure we'll be fine.
All right.
Pretty unlikely they're gonna break through.
Did I ever get a nuclear reactor built, made, automated anywhere? Do you know?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person.
I need to take my darn train to go to another train. These train connections are getting out of hand. Oh, I didn't see that problem coming in. I now have a backup of uranium at my guy. They can't. I'm completely stalled. That's another manual labor. Oh, my train's here. Dang, that rocket feels fast.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Love that stuff. I just unlocked another light. How much is that? Maybe another 300 solar panels, 300 or 400 solar panels, thanks to landfill. It's not a lot, considering we have 26,000, but it's not nothing. And our power is like, it's stable for now, but who knows for how long. You gotta have it stable until the next layer of landfill gets put down, and I can do the next layer of solar panels. I have a vested interest to start filling the lake in between the solar panels and your base, just so that way we can connect those roboports, and they can traverse without having to like cross that lake and lose power. Oh, the ones who are taking your trash away appear as white.
Yeah, because the logistics robots are white.
Oh, okay, that's why. Gotcha.
Yeah, they handle the trash and moving resources around. As we don't see as many of them.
Yeah,
Although
right.
I wish like the things like landfill and putting down stone blocks were done by logistics robots, or could be done by them.
I guess it'd get pretty murky if they had multiple robots doing the same thing, though. Produced over 20,000 landfill from that little landfill machine in the middle of the solar panels. Oh, landfill factory, I mean. Pretty good. It's definitely worth setting that up. Yeah, I'm unlocking a lot of land potential over here.
I see. It's this Corvex. Wait, if I can actually pronounce it properly. Hold on, I gotta breathe on this one. Corvarex.
Kovarex?
It's Kovarex.
Yeah.
Corvex?
Kovarex?
Corvex. That's probably
Corvarex. Is there an R in there?
Yes.
Corvarex?
Corvarex.
Where is it? Let me see.
It's on the centrifuges.
Where's the centrifuge, though? Is that in production?
Centrifuge is under production, and it's next to the lab.
Ah, I see. It doesn't have the word Kovarex in it, though, or Corvarex.
Kovarex enrichment process. Darn, I missed my train again. Actually, that's not even the train I want. I need to get the heat pipes. I think I'm okay not to have to worry about the stalling. Ah, shit, I missed my other train.
Man, you're just missing all them trains. I don't think you'd do too well in Europe.
Seeing these are freight trains and running on automated schedules. Oh, yes, that's what I was doing over here.
Having to do like load balancing on my darn miners. Not what I thought I'd be doing today.
You have miners at work?
Well,
oh, shoot, no, stay away from me, no. I
I
want it
know.
in my inventory.
I still have to be load balanced. Also finding a few here and there that are actually blocked by the medium electric poles I put in the middle. I clearly put those down a little carelessly.
It was good at the time, right?
No, because they weren't working the whole time. I just unlocked like 3 more miners. Which, like, you know, small gains, I'll take it.
Oh no, we lost the radar that was in that spot that just got attacked.
Oh no, you're right. Wait, did we lose multiple radars? Or was it just literally the one that was covering that whole area?
Yeah, it was just one covering that whole area.
Oh.
I watched the whole thing.
Well, I can see the robots still moving, at least. So,
They'll eventually
must have
replace
won.
it, so.
Oh yeah, that's true, because it's like automatic, isn't it? Are you the one building the like roboports across that area?
I only have all the roboports, and yeah, I had all those placed. I don't think I have any more being like placed down because of range and stuff.
Okay. Could have been me last game, I don't know. I was filling out some of the boonies earlier. Or not earlier, but last game. Just so we'd have like more reliable coverage. It's kind of neat. You're trying to remove those laser turrets, so a bunch of the robots from the solar panels just went over there. We must have like a ridiculous amount of robots in that like huge array. We have a total of 12,681 construction robot.
Have you ever had that many before?
No, not even close. I've never went this intense in robots, but I've also never really had a good enough computer to run it. I'm just amazed that like the network latency isn't just killing you. Got like rubber banding everywhere. You just unlocked another 100 solar panels from landfill. It would be more, but these darn robots are taking their sweet time filling in like 3 tiny gaps in an area.
Yeah, I have the same complaint with my stone.
Yeah, they're being really sloppy with that job. Oh, you're really trying to make the whole base stone. It looks so bad.
It looks
Well,
bad now.
Don't do that near my base. I know it's helpful, but the aesthetics will kill me.
What do you mean will kill you? You don't like the stone? The concrete?
I've lived in enough concrete jungles in my lifetime. Don't need to live in one in my video game. But yeah, it's just really ugly. There's really no reason beyond that.
Haha, I'm finally getting rocket fuel over to my train. So now I can resupply rocket fuel and deliver it to my unproduced nuclear reactor, which may or may not exist.
Beautiful. Got an entirely solid line or a conveyor belt of green circuits being produced constant.
Impossible. They've only foretold these in legends.
It took a ridiculous amount of work, that's for sure.
Alright. Waiting on a train. Where is this train? You know what? You just come back here.
Did you take some productivity modules?
No.
Okay.
I have used almost all the first round of speed modules and half the round of efficiency modules so far.
Well, like I said, if you want more, there's always the option of making them. But they are they're pretty nice, aren't they?
They make a difference.
You can put them in anything from the miners to the smelters. If you put them in all layers, you get a nice boost. I find that putting the efficiency modules, like just efficiency modules, on the really slow building things that I don't have enough resources to like expand. So, like the assembly machines making the modules themselves, I have 4 efficiency modules on them, and it makes it run at like 20% of the power. It's kind of great. Oh. Turns out, 2 of them's the limit, and the other 2 don't do anything.
Huh.
Because apparently there's a limit. But it brings it from 25 kilowatts to 12 kilowatts, so I'll take it. Small energy savings.
Yes, I was making centrifuges in this area, and I never made a nuclear power plant. Did I ever get, I did get concrete down here. You make nuclear reactor.
So what'd you think of that new episode of Rick and Morty? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I did watch it. I guess there's not much to say about it. I mean, we kind of did talk about it a good bit on the when we were just over Discord and everything.
I think we mentioned it, but I don't think we really had much of a conversation, to be honest.
I guess it just in and of itself wasn't the enlightening episode in the world. I mean,
Yeah.
it will always live. Unfortunately, Rick and Morty, and to a kind of a lesser extent, that Solar Opposites will always live in the shadow of the Justin Roiland debacle, regardless of where anyone stands on it.
Right.
Just because it will always live in the shadow of that incident.
To be honest, I feel like because of the way Adult Swim handled it, they actually made it so much worse. Like, they just brought so much attention to it.
Yeah. That's always an unnecessary headache, in my opinion, is when attention is brought to something that probably didn't even deserve it. Like, did anyone try and say, we should probably wait and see what the verdict is and do our due diligence? And no one did that.
It really amazes me just how quickly they like threw him under the bus.
And
I think you mentioned it before.
I glazed over a article from talking to Dan Harmon about all of that, and it read something along the lines of, oh, he was unhappy with the work. It was just like typical bullshit. Like, you got to be in California to like understand like why people are depressed and sad. Or, I mean, I'm not trying to like underpin it or like make it like look or sound bad, but it's functionally what it comes out to be. It's like, oh, he was just suffering from success at that point, and then the whole world felt like he could never be touched, and that probably was the case. But then emotionally he was collapsing. But at the same time, I don't know the guy, I don't know the situation, and I can't like put in the emotional demand for something that I'm just not really invested in. At the end of the day, I'm not invested in that. Like, I'm just a casual viewer of the content.
Exactly. Nah, I feel pretty similar. It's like,
so I do want to, yes, and observe the content as a viewer and not as anyone else. But like I said, it will always live in the shadow of an incident like that.
man, these productivity modules are doing some work. Just used them to really pump out a last few extra copper cables, I was struggling to get the copper, but putting in those modules just enough gave me enough leeway that now I've got some extra copper wires coming through.
Apparently at some point in time I told the logistics robots to never let more than 250 copper plates end up on my inventory. Did these guys literally just like, I can't put this guy's stuff in inventory until I charge? They're like, nope, I gotta charge first, hold on.
It do be like that.
It's like you guys didn't even get slow yet.
These robots have rights, you see.
Union mandated break.
Exactly.
How can I possibly only store like 2 nuclear power plants at a time? Like ever?
Yeah, no idea.
Oh wait, I guess it's kind of obvious. I only ever I only ever put down. Yes, there it is. It's just the one. He sits on the floor. There he is, my pocket nuclear reactor. He's not in my pocket. How big is this guy? He's pretty chunky. Look at him. I have him pinned down. Oh, that's a pretty nifty thing. He has 6 heat outputs. Neat. Well, I guess I don't technically need my nuclear reactors automated. That was just a convenience for that moment.
Don't you need multiple of them? If you do, it probably is a good idea to go ahead and automate them.
Okay. I don't know if that's the case or not. I will, however, cap it at 50. I guess whatever the stack is of nuclear reactors.
But controversy aside.
Oh yes, about the actual episode. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
it was a pretty like standard, typical Rick and Morty episode, which kind of was good for a season premiere. You're not,
yeah.
you get reminded pretty quick. Oh, there's the stuff from last season that got kind of cliffhangered in a way, and so like we're still talking about, we still had that canon in mind, guys. We're like, it was like how it is, like, oh, as a canon, we're not gonna, we won't drop this just yet, you know.
Yeah.
We're gonna still go on this, so.
Which was, yeah, kind of nice to see. And that was with the whole showing Rick in his basement. Still doing his thing. I think he was like, I finally found him, or whatever.
Yeah. And like we kind of now accepted the fact that like, oh, Rick just has like a super base underneath the basement, or the house. And it's like, it's just definitely not messing with other people's houses. Like, it kind of feels a bit of a cliche. It's like he has a home base and stuff, but you know, that's how it goes. Like we've been seeing it for like actually in the background for seasons. Like, oh, it starts with like a hatch and there's like a cloning room underneath, and then it goes into a multi-floored like thing, and then there's like a secret hatch, and there's like a sub room with the, and so on and so forth.
I'll give him it. It does feel, you know, Rick-like. It's grand and sciencey, and
I was gonna say it feels very Dexter's Lab.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, it's behind the bookcase, and here's this massive ass lab that's just like, oh, just somehow pocket dimension that bitch in there. I now have two nuclear reactors. Now we need to automate rods and cones. Heat pipes, that's the word I'm looking for. That's the magic word.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I recognize any of those, but okay. Alright, I managed to squeeze out a little extra space to fit a few more green circuit creators. I am getting every bit of space efficiency here. Oh, I see why I'm not getting the splitters. It's because I'm copying. I'm not copying far up enough. I'm not copying the layer it's actually on. Which I guess makes sense.
But yeah, to get back on the episode details, I did like, um, just a simple episode. It was kind of funny, like they played in and they did a little foreshadowing on the Predator PI thing, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's gonna come back later. It's such like an obvious tongue-in-cheek thing, and it's like they end up like having a conflict. They basically said it like, yeah, Predator type aliens they're just hanging out like all the time, everywhere. And it's just like I'm pretty obvious. It's like a normal thing in the world now. Like even on Earth, they're like still casually dealing with aliens just being hanging around and everything. So that's kind of something that they just kind of like run with these, and it's I'm gonna say necessarily a breath of fresh air, but it's also like, yeah, they kind of in a way stick to their canon a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have noticed that they've been pretty good at sticking around with that, specifically because at the beginning of the series, there was no aliens and the whole Federation thing happened, and ever since then they've done good with like going with the flow with that. Which is, introducing aliens just on Earth randomly. Darn, these productivity models are just not being made quick enough.
Oh shoot, I forgot about my darn uranium plant. Oh well, I need to go hop on a train, I guess, because everything around me is like a country mile away. See, you have your buggy, I have trains. That not all are equal in their nature.
I've given up trying to find the buggy. I just walk.
Like it's gonna take me an hour to get there.
It takes me ages just to find the darn thing.
I'm like, wait, which train am I need to use? Oh shoot, where's the train again? Oh god, where's the train? Because I don't want to walk over the omnibus because it's just a son of a bitch to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of pipes and junk.
Yeah, and like you're tripping on things and walking on trees is annoying. Don't jump out of the train while it's moving. Don't jump out while it's moving. Yes, I do have to remind myself not to jump out of a train while it's moving. Is it obvious? Yes. Do I do it sometimes? Yes. Is it because I forget? Of course. Huh. I only have 2 rocket fuel over here. That's not good.
Oh, I see what I was gonna do. I think I was gonna take these green circuit lines and build some dedicated blue circuit creation. Because yeah, my biggest issue with these productivity modules is I'm just not getting enough blue circuits. Oh, finally, they're done with the next layer of solar panels. Unfortunately, I have to rip up the power yet again to the northern wall.
I'm trying to squeeze out every last little bit of out of these miners I can get.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do with those modules.
Oh, I like a tiny bit of space on the uranium that I'm not covering, so I'm trying to get one more round of area of miners down. Tiniest little amount.
Got a pretty legit processing plant over there now.
Ah, thanks. Finally somebody noticed.
Got the filter coming through. Go back through for reprocessing. Pretty neat. Guess I should continue to build this side of the solar panels out into the ocean. So that way we can have more robo panels in the middle of that lake. A lot of robots are trying to cross back over and getting stuck. Well, I think we can only fit one more layer in our solar panels and then we're out of space up top. The amount of landfill to make that last strip. It's actually going to be a bit of trouble.
I still got a bit of congestion from my cold last week.
You okay with that? That wasn't anything serious, was it?
It was just a standard head cold, but man, it completely killed productivity for the weekend.
Oof.
Darn.
Yeah, and that you did mention that being the weekend. Oh yeah, there's not going to be power up there for a while.
Oh well.
So they literally attacked it like the worst possible moment. I wish I could give them priority and be like, hey, put the power strips down, you idiots. But nope, they're busy doing something else, I'm sure. But yeah, that's really problematic. They might actually destroy quite a bit of things. The good news is that they'll repair it if it ever goes back online. The bad news is they might start attacking the solar panels. So how close are you to giving us some power?
Yes.
Because right now your well, centrifuge and everything's a big old power drain on us.
You're welcome.
You're doing the very opposite of what you promised to do.
You're eating more power than you're building. Well, I got rods, I got nuclear reactors. Nuclear. That's a fun word, isn't it?
That's a word.
Okay, so I need to get nuclear fuel over there as well.
Oh, that's interesting. Construct more machines using robots than manually. Never seen that one before.
It's at that point should just show a picture of Mr. Clean.
I think there's probably legal reasons they can't do
Shh, quiet you.
that. Not to kill the idea or anything. Come on, you guys are... Oh, they got the power back. Unfortunately... Wait, what the hell? Oh, they haven't... Never mind. So yeah, they got the power back, but...
Nuclear
Fortunately, the radar's
fuel
destroyed. I think they destroyed...
reprocessing.
I think they destroyed the laser turrets up there. Or the power to the laser turrets up there.
Oh yeah, I forgot this part needs... Oh. You know what? I am going to go ahead and do the fuel. I'm going to load up. I'm going to... Yes. I'm going to load up the uranium bits that I need and drag them over to that south part and just do the manufacturing for the uranium over there where I have that extra space. It's getting a little congested down here.
Oh my god, they just destroyed. Well, that's bad. They're attacking in 2 different places. I think we might need to manually go up there and clear those aliens out. There's 4 big guys and they're destroying them quicker than the guys can bring the resources up there. Well, you're the closest, so I leave it up to you. I'm literally on the other side of the base. Go over there and like run them over with a tanker or something.
Where is this? That's
We're
on the
all
other
on-
side of a dang lake. That's on the other side of a continent.
It's 2 lakes for me, okay? It's literally, they had to attack at the worst time. If they had just waited like 1 more minute, this would have never happened, but no, they've got strategies against us now. So anyways, that whole wall is going to get destroyed if we don't go up there eventually.
Alright, I made a mistake. Alright, so that... Neither of these solutions, none of the things I need to do right now are pretty optimal. Because all of it needs my attention, and I can put down almost nothing. So if I go over there, I can't die, and I'm not near my...
It's like 4 spitters, just make sure you have a tank, and you'll be fine. And bring plenty of power or substations, because there's laser turrets out there, they just don't have power.
I got the substations, I don't have the lasers, though.
You might be fine without the lasers. There's plenty there, as long as you get them power.
Alright, what's the best way to get over there? Across the dang...
Honestly,
oh my lord.
I have no idea how you get up there.
I need a train is what I need. I need a
You have to go along the edge. The only way is to the edge. I do have them building a land bridge here that would make it easy, but
yeah, that's a couple,
we don't have enough.
Yeah, that's a while. That's good width.
Yeah, we don't have the landfill for that.
Ah,
So
polluted lake. That's exactly what I like to see.
hug the edge because there's no way you're getting through the center.
It's gonna be a while before I get there.
Literally the most inconvenient place. Telling you, dude, they had the perfect strategy of hitting us exactly in the one place. It's like hardest to get to.
Well, I'm about to see what a
It's funny because
tank
you
on-
walking in probably is the easiest way.
what?
You got a tank, right?
Yeah, I'm about to see what a tank on rocket fuel feels like.
Don't run them over though. They are green, so they'll stop your car really quickly. Oh, hey look, one of them's dead now. They got to the power. The other side, I don't know. I don't know what the heck is happening over there. It's got power, but I think they probably destroyed the substation, so you just gotta go over there and put it down.
Put it down like the animal that it is.
You're still producing landfill, right?
I think.
It's the far right side. They seem to have quieted down. I don't know why though. It's a little suspicious.
Ooh, wow, tank on rocket fuel's got some pep to its step. Oh, I just blared right to the wall because I have so much speed.
Well, it's a little logistic system, so that's not a big deal. Okay, we finally got eyes. What happened over here? Oh, look. They actually solved it themselves. I didn't think they would. Oh, but look, there's a new attack squad coming in. Just in time for you. Wow, look at that. That green thing took like a quarter of your tank's health in one hit.
I definitely cannot. Perhaps I have walls. I can put some extra walls.
Put some laser turrets and power over there if you want. And technically, laser turrets could probably reach over that little river area. Get them before they can even hit them. Which might prevent us from ever having to repair them. But again, not a huge deal considering the wall is attached and everything. I wish I could put some modules in those assembly machines. You got any efficiency and speed modules?
Nope. You're literally doing all of that work. Good job, by the way. Keep it up.
Well, I mean like on your person.
I have some of those efficiency and speed modules left. Yes.
Shoot. You mind running back there? And putting what you have inside the first few machines, the ones closest to the miners. And then you can always request more. You know, stock up, get another 100 of each.
All right. If you're saying that I can, then I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that. Get those guys queued up nicely. I gotta wait. What's a tank on nuclear fuel like?
No idea, but it must be really quick, since it's almost double the acceleration of rocket fuel.
Buggy speed tank. It just blows through your entire factory. Oh yes, factory. You mean that trail that was behind me? Oh, I need to go back. Where am I going again?
You can hit like T or something. What was chat? I don't know, I'll just ping it again.
Oh, your landfill?
Yeah, I need the ones on the left side first.
Taylor, the fastest way through is through.
You will not. I don't think that'd be very fast. You'd be destroying so many of those solar panels. Yeah, we didn't really think like humans when we were building this area. You're like the first.
Robots do it.
You were the first like flesh and blood thing to even be on that land.
And it's still in a virtual environment too.
Like, look, there's like junk in between here. We could actually get rid of everything there. No reason for us to have any of that.
Yeah, you're right.
All those resources. Dang! Well, don't hit the solar panels. Those are actually
It
pretty
literally
low.
does just go through.
Yeah, why is that? Is it because of the rocket fuel?
I guess it just has that extra torque. All right, you want these things?
Start with the ones on the left. Yeah, do 2 efficiency, 2 speed modules.
Two efficiency, two speed.
Yeah. And start from the leftmost ones until you run out of stuff,
Shoot.
I guess.
Yeah, I ran out.
Nice, very nice. That's exactly what we needed over there.
Do I want to put down the speed modules? Even if there's
Yeah,
no
just do 2 though. They'll use up more power, but it's not a big deal. And you don't need to put it on those last 4. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, you are literally the first person to visit that mine in person. Factory.
Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, it is.
Now I gotta get out of here without destroying this thing.
I was hoping they'd have that land bridge built by the time, but nah. At least now that you like doubled the speed of our landfill, that'll probably help a good bit.
Now where's that?
Oh. Huh. They decided to put a base on that peninsula. We should really get our research in order so we can like get the Spidertrons.
Nuclear comes first. Oh, even a rocket fuel cliff faces still just eat your speed.
Yeah, you can't destroy cliff faces.
That's sad. Man, this thing's book it now. I'm almost going buggy speed. You see this?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It does make me wonder about that nuclear fuel though.
Yeah, I'm a little hyped about that. Alright. Now, where was I? That's right. I should not do this.
I'm amping up the wall a little bit in preparation of come. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good episode as well of Rick and Morty stuff. I thought, I don't know if you saw like the online reception of it, but man, they were really critical of it.
Oh,
They were
really?
like, ah, it doesn't sound anything like Rick or like Morty sounded okay, but Rick was awful. And I freaking went back and watched one of the episodes just because I was like, dang, dude, they really think it's bad. And it's like, I watched season 6, I think. Well, almost. Frankly, I can hear a difference, but it's so tiny that it's like, I really don't care,
Yeah.
frankly. Like, I thought he did a pretty darn good job. I'm just happy they didn't give him like a British accent or something lame like that.
Ha ha ha.
That actually would kill it for me.
I mean, it only worked since, well, Solar Opposites, like, they set it up at the end of the season to, I guess, it's weird. Like, it's one of those shows like, yeah, I guess I can get away with doing this, but really?
I mean, they are aliens, so maybe they're like play it off like you can choose his accent or something.
So what does the input and output priority on the splitters actually mean?
No idea. I don't really use the more complex parts of the splitter. Wish you could put productivity modules in your darn beacons. Speaking of beacons, though, I have automated those, so pretty good. Yep, it all comes down to me just not having enough copper coming out of that copper mine. Hey. Alright, well, I'll get the copper stuff situated here in a little bit. Gonna start with blue circuits, I think.
Hmm. No, you don't need a charge just to put that stuff on my inventory. Come back. Why are you doing that? What? Oh my lord. Just come back here and put it in.
Oh shoot, I'm actually running out of the red circuits. And it's one or the other. Frankly, it looks like I just need another line of plastic. Which, I don't know if I can produce that much plastic. Maybe I can squeeze it in here. Ah, shoot. My inventory's filled.
The nuclear fuel is actually pretty efficient. It's actually 1-to-1 on rocket fuel uranium, 235.
Oh, neat.
Oh shoot, where'd I put my tank?
Ah, yes. Misplacing a tank. That's something that's easy to do.
Oh, I found him. He was way up here.
Whew, I can just barely fit this. I might actually be able to make another plastic slime. Assuming I can get the petroleum to work here.
Oh, you stupid thing. Stop that. Come back. I'm trying to ghost build so I don't have to worry about putting that down later.
This roboport is problematic.
It's outsmarting you.
I just have like a random dead zone. Oh well. Wow, I deleted in all the robots that were trying to take junk from my inventory just left. They did not like that. I'll just put a bunch of roboports in the area.
well, I never automated steam turbines either, or heat exchangers. I suppose those will also have to be done.
Sounds like something that would be helpful. Maybe we'll even be able to automate the power you get from it. Assuming we get power from it. We are still fully off solar. Managed to expand our solar panels another like 8,000 since we started playing today. Pretty good games.
I have it. 1 nuclear fuel. Oh wait,
Nice.
I have 2 now. I'm curious. How fast do you think a train is on nuclear fuel?
Nuclear fast.
Alright, I got it plugged in.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fast. Already at the stop.
Yeah, short trip.
Now you just need to make one really big train track that goes along all of our walls.
Meow. I mean, this crescent route is probably the longest train. And actually, one of those other guys down south that had one of those turbo lines is technically, well, actually, the crescent one is the longest in general by trailing distance.
You seen our pollution graph?
No, I was trying to avoid it.
It's a sight to behold. We have doubled our pollution in like the last 2 sessions.
Oh, this has 1.21 gigajoules as a J.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Gigajoules. We
Oh.
have 110 gigajoules total right now, by the way, in storage energy.
You ready to see what a tank on nuclear fuel looks like?
I'm watching.
Oh shit, no. I thought there was a gate here. I forgot there wasn't.
Yeah, I figured maybe the laser turrets and wall there would have told you that much, but
I made that pathway a long time ago.
doesn't look like the braking speed increased though.
Alright, hold on. Let me take this out to the wild where I have a little more. Yeah, I'm almost buggy speed. Let's see if I can't outrun the biters and stuff. Oh
Wow,
shit!
all that. That's just from hitting him. Yeah, the green guys don't mess around. Those guys are really strong. Huh. The landmines confused it. It's like it hits it and it just like stops.
Wait, none of my construction robots popped out of my inventory. The repair. Actually, in fact, no, I have 21 right now, so. Oh, I actually burnt through one of my nuclear fuels. The tank can really use the energy, apparently.
Yeah, they are kind of like they do. I mean, you've seen coal, right? They burn through that pretty quickly, so it makes sense.
But yeah, this is definitely the way to go. I suppose that's enough of that for now.
Alright, I finished the wall that you left unfinished up there.
Oh, I had a wall unfinished.
Yeah, I partially made a wall because you were expecting them to path around it. But they ended up just attacking it instead.
Oh, that wall? Really? They can't path around it?
I don't know, they seem to be intent on destroying it. And our robots are...
Yeah, I see that.
They're not very bright. Trying their hardest.
It's funny you say that. Like one died right as it happened.
So they'll finish that wall, I guess, while it tries to get in. Wow, they sure do have quick access to walls. You must be automating them.
They're automated somewhere.
Normally, they have to grab those resources all the way in my base, but we get into it pretty quickly. Yeah, man. I really want to get into that darn AI stuff, though. The problem with reading about it is it, like, hypes you up for the technology.
Oh yeah,
It's
the
like I'm constantly
implementation
reading
side though is
news.
boring as hell.
Man, you're telling me. I think I sent you a 5-hour video about, what was it, making stable diffusion or something from scratch. Some part of me is like, wow, I kind of want to do that. But then the other part of me is like, it's 5-hour tutorial. It's going to take me like 10 times as long to actually understand it.
Yeah. And like today, like it's not just like what models you're using, it's what models in conjunction with each other are using, and what sequence are you using those in.
Yeah, I mean that's a part of it, but it's also like if you want to train your own model, you need big data, like
Yeah.
serious data. I did the math on it. Like you're coming up on like almost a petabyte of data to train these things on. It's serious stuff, man. So it's like even if I do manage to like learn it, do know how to program it, well, great. But I can't train my own thing. I don't have 100 grand to spend on it.
That's why they're pretty much limited to like large companies and institutions at this point.
Yeah, or yeah, when it's purely because of the hardware, by the way. I just want to speak on that for a moment, which is why I'm kind of hyped for like the future of computer hardware. Like the only reason it's so expensive is because our current hardware just kind of sucks. We have really low VRAM graphics cards because we're essentially using technology that was built for like basic machine learning.
Yeah.
And like 3D animation rendering. It's like we're not even using purely built LLM or purely built stable diffusion or AI as it is right now. We don't have AI or we don't have hardware built specifically for that. What little we do have is pretty close with the, because machine learning was a thing before. It was what, like how Google Translate and stuff worked. And this AI stuff is still like a branch of machine learning. But it is a little different, and it is very VRAM intensive, which is something they never really built for. So the fact that we're able to do what we can with the hardware that we have available is pretty impressive. And so I'm kind of like hyped for what we're going to be seeing in the next 5 years or whatever when we get a new iteration or two of graphics cards. I don't think NVIDIA and AMD is just going to slap like 200 gigabytes of VRAM on like the 50 or the 5000 series.
No.
Or whatever the equivalent of AMD is next generation, but we'll probably get there in a few generations because that's all we really need. Right now, these things, like processing wise, yeah, improvements are good, but it's not like a requirement. The VRAM is a requirement right now. Like if you want to run locally run GPT, I think they estimated to take like almost a terabyte of just video RAM.
Which is just wild.
Yeah, it's not something we can run unless you have like a cluster of computers. So it'd be really cool if we get, 1 terabyte RAM graphics card. That'd be really cool, but that ain't happening for quite a while.
Not in our lifetime, probably. Well, we say that, but then
I think it will.
here we are,
Keep in mind, it's like only in the last 20, maybe 30 years, we went from like megabyte size graphics cards to gigabyte. So I believe we can get to terabyte in the next 30. Especially when you see that they're pumping out, like NVIDIA already has plans to release, 100 or 200 gigabyte graphics card.
One of these days.
Or I guess it's not proper to call it a graphics card. It's like an accelerator card. You're not going to be running. I don't even think it has the same form factor as a graphics card, but you're not going to be running video games or anything off of it.
That's what we're seeing now. Is a lot of that enterprise form factor is just starting to diverge in a lot.
Oh, dude, I hate it because it's like, what if us, what if we wanted to learn? Like, if I did want to go through that 5-hour video and I did want to make my own thing, like I can, but if they make it like a special form factor, I just can't. There's just no way to break into that.
I know, like the current form factor is like these like cells like you put down on the motherboard itself.
I've seen that. And it's so bizarre.
I mean,
AMD is really embracing it.
Clearly for the bandwidth, and it's pretty darn wild how all that works and everything.
Yeah.
How do I load into a nuclear reactor?
I don't know. You tell me, you're the nuclear man.
Oh, I never got the heat exchangers properly mixed up, so I need to build more of those guys. Automate heat exchangers and steam turbines is the next step. If you need nuclear fuel, here it is. Just sit on the conveyor belt. Yep.
I think I'll be good for now. I haven't been in a vehicle in a while.
I guess it's practical to line up your nuclear reactors heating pipes. Oh, you just make a whole ass network of these heating pipes. Interesting.
You looking up a tutorial or you're just figuring it out as you go?
I'm gonna figure it out as I go, because, I feel like I haven't done a proper learn something from the ground up in a while, and I've forgotten what that feels like. in a bad way,
Yeah.
Over reliance on yes man, and
I mean, in a way, you've done it with the trains, but you never really did the advanced train setup. It's really mostly just been the design of the rails. So yeah, I get that. And yeah, I can already tell it's gonna be the saying isn't gonna be them video games or the TVs rotting your brain. It's gonna be the darn GPTs rotting your brain.
Yeah, we'll be telling that to our AI kids that we will not have real kids, because that's the sad reality we'll end up in.
It's okay, you'll have that GPT kid.
GPT son.
GPT will just start selling. I'll stop there, but yeah. They I think that saying might be a little more accurate with us though if we say that GPT's rotting your brain, because it really does do the thinking for you. Unlike a video game, which is just entertainment, GPT's actually taking over.
Yep. I mean, I think we've forgotten pretty quickly though, just how negative, just how reliant we got on Google searching,
Oh yeah, exactly.
We practically grew up with Google searching, but we saw it evolve over time and grew with it. And this is just the new Google search.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point. I just have a hang up on the reliability of it. I mean, even with DALL-E 3, that unreliability kind of manifests in all areas of AI right now. And the fact that they can get DALL-E 3 like just printing in such details that's not smeared or not blurry, kind of leads me to believe they might understand what it is that's causing that unreliability.
All
Because
the
they,
extra
I think,
censorship layers they got to put in.
maybe.
It's like maybe it has to do like a censorship check on itself before it can do anything wild and crazy.
Well, it does. I know they have an AI that like detects if there's something inappropriate or if there's something violent or something.
I mean, there's just probably an underlying GANs that checks and does that extra bit. It's just so crazy that they needed to do that.
But I mean, the whole blurriness and stuff is just kind of inherent in the whole model stuff as it stands right now. And it has to do with the fact that it's randomly generated and all of that jazz. But yeah, it's really cool technology. I am very much looking forward to seeing where the future lies with that. My worry, though, is that it ends up getting concentrated, and like, we can see the possibilities of what it can be used for if it continues to expand. But my worry is that it gets concentrated in like those few companies that can afford the millions of dollars of training.
Yeah. Like, we never get to that point where we're making it more and more efficient on each
Yeah.
generation. It's just like, well, the hardware has to just keep getting higher, so we keep only
Yeah,
pushing it to do the better and better one.
exactly.
I
And
mean,
then
we
you
are
get
kind of getting to the point where like the GPT-2 stuff can almost be done more on a local computer. But
yeah,
as soon as you can get that 3.5 done in your pocket, you know, you got yourself, like you mentioned, like a translator essentially.
they actually have some software out there. And again, I keep up with this stuff a little too much, but they do send me like a weekly, and they send me like a little weekly newsletter on my work email. I don't know why. I never sign up to it, but it's got some really good information and it summarizes what's happening in the AI world for that week. I send you some highlights every now and then in case you're curious. I'm always pinging you on Thursdays about AI stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's where I get a lot of this stuff at. So, anyways, that newsletter mentions a lot of things, and shoot, I lost my train of thought. What were you saying about the? What did you say about the AI?
Getting it pocket ready.
Oh yeah. So they've got it above GPT-2 at this point, but yeah, it's not quite GPT-3 levels. There's a lot of researchers out there though that are working on, which is kind of good to see. It's like becoming, and I guess you would be aware of this more than I am, but it's becoming a pretty big thing in like university circles of like just
Oh yeah.
researching what AI can do. I think it's really cool to see though, because think about it, at universities, they're probably going to be the only people who are going to bother supporting like a locally run LLM.
Yeah, well,
All
especially like the
companies,
smaller local universities, and no one's gonna, big company-wise, won't go after a university in that regard.
exactly.
Even like at a research level, like no one will dive into it, and then every now and again you're gonna have those little savants. They pop up and they, you know, they go in there and it's like, oh, I just got this thing working and it's great.
Well, yeah, but you can't predict that, and so you can't really rely on it, you know. But yeah, it's like it's pretty neat to see because they're doing research, so they're kind of pushing the technology. It's really nice to see.
Dang. Both of these need pipes, the heat exchangers and the steam turbines. How obvious is that? But I don't have pipes over here. I do have gears, so I can tap into that. I have gears and copper. Oh man, I got 10 nuclear reactors. Oh, I can't wait to use those guys. I got a whole box of heat pipes. I need more of that.
Thought you were about to say you have a whole box of nuclear reactors. I was going to question that, but
Why? You're out of resources. Don't worry about it. What are all those
how'd you
nuclear
fit all
reactors
those,
doing over there?
how'd you fit all those nuclear reactors in that box?
Pocket dimension.
Tell me, what laws of physics did you break?
Well, hold on here. We're not using physics anymore. We discovered how to do pinch to zoom in IRL. That, though, is actually one of the legit things they're trying to do right now. Is like, we got to get out of this Einstein stuff.
Yeah, see, about that, it's kind of how our universe works.
Just you wait. They'll prove something different happening.
Yeah, but it doesn't change what's actually happening in the universe. It just it's just a model to explain it a little better, you know what I mean? Because you're right, they are kind of targeting the whole theory of relativity just because of quantum physics and pretty much just that.
This whole thing breaks apart the moment we do something to it.
And it breaks apart the moment you zoom in a little too much.
Plankton seconds?
Really is a mystery how like half of quantum physics is just like, yeah, these things are just, they're there, but they're not. Like if you zoom in too much, atoms aren't physically there.
It's
but they
that
are.
weird, like, observation thing.
Yeah. It's like, maybe that's something that we won't see explained in the next 30 years, I think. Or if we do see it explained, it'll just be like rough theories with like string theory, that kind of deal.
Well,
nothing that's like
string theory would also be tossed out as well.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm just saying like an equivalent of
the next big thing.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like I'm not expecting another E equals MC square revelation with quantum physics in the next 30 years, but hopefully before I'm dead.
Yeah, we need to figure out that
page of 150.
We need to figure out that pinch to zoom.
That's like step 50. We're on like step 2. I'm gonna need you to slow it down. Yeah, the whole online, or that's right. We were talking about the like a pocket translator.
Yes.
One of the things that the newsletter mentioned, and it was like, so China's working on something right now to translate Chinese really well, and they're doing a pretty good job at it. And that has overlap with like all the East Asian languages. And there's also something being done in like Italian, I think.
Interesting.
And then I was diving down that rabbit hole, and it turns out they actually have some software right now that works, where you can plug a locally run LLM into some on-screen OCR that will take what's on your screen and translate it in real time. I think the software like gives it to you in like an image or whatever, so it's not terribly helpful, as opposed to like translating and then changing the words on your screen. I could be wrong on that, but I don't know. But like that's probably that's kind of like the first step, where you can start to read like books in different languages.
Yep. And you can practice them. Basically, you'll be able to go to anytime point space, and you'll be able to eventually speak in another language. You'll have that universal translator that sci-fi has been trying to give us for all of our existence.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely on its way. That'll be among the first things that'll pop up. Translators they should be sweating, along with the artists, man.
I mean, it's all in the infinite goal to do that information automation.
Yeah, and so I'm all here for it.
Yeah, so as long as we can automate information.
But it does need to be understood that because of the way that things are set up and the way that technology is going to emerge, some people will benefit more than others, and that is kind of the core of the issue.
An inevitability.
It is. It's like one can't exist without the other. But that transition is really going to be rough. all those people. I don't know. I think about it. In 50 years, there may be no jobs for artists. Like getting a job as an artist will just be not a thing. They'll be like you know, a typist.
Yeah.
Be just
Or
like that.
just like a computer. You know, that was a job.
Was it?
Yeah, that was like a legit job. That's where like the titling came from, was someone was a computer.
Like somebody who did calculator and stuff.
Yeah, like calculator, that was a job as well.
So yeah, it'll go in the way of that. And frankly, that's just something I'm even kind of having a hard time going into.
Engineer is now a software tool. Oh shit.
Who makes that tool?
Can't overlap that many guys in the same spot. Underground conveyors don't like to have competition.
Gotta turn this darn pollution off. Can't see nothing. Good, we're ready for the next layer of solar panels. $1.3 thousand more. Oh dang, there's like no margin on that solar or on the landfill. Probably fix that. Well, that fish walked right where my landfill was and I had to undo it. So unfortunately, that fish just got picked up by a logistics robot. No, I didn't mean anything personal by it.
That feels like it's a moment out of like some sort of like British comedy piece or something like that, and it's just like now the fish is like fully in focus of the mental apparatus. That sounds like it'd be a bit.
It'd make a good bit. I agree. Can't wait till we get that auto-generated comedy bits. And the comedians are out of a job too.
Yeah, when we get that John Cleese automation.
You know for sure when they start automating things like that, it's going to be like really crappy versions of famous comedians like that.
Perfect.
And it's just going to be like the robot repeating their jokes. But in like increasingly worse fashion.
And then it's just going to be automation all the way down.
It's like some part of me wants to be like, well, you can't automate comedy. But then I was saying that about art too. So
Yeah.
now I'm in a very conflicted like thought about that. Like, is comedy automated too? Is there some sort of formula you can...
I'm very much in the boat. If it's information, it can be automated.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy how like left in the dust like the physical automation got, and that's kind of where we need it the most. And
God damn it, dude. I hate that, but you're right.
it's like we need the robot that flies around and builds the road for us and does the rail and puts down the train and gives us the car and that's what we need now.
Our software engineers won. Where are our regular engineers? What are they doing? They were supposed to be the ones to win this go. Didn't they have a few thousand years on us?
I guess not. Alright, so the whole nuclear aspect has now been automated.
Nice.
So every little component I need for it is available. So if you
So where are we
need...
at in power right now?
Oh, we have generated 0 power.
That's unfortunate.
We should, though, hopefully have the first round of power delivery production available sooner than later. And thus, the greenification of these lakes can come to a slow and steady halt. How do we tell how many logistics robots we have in total?
If you hold your mouse over any of the robots, it'll tell you. But I think if you hold your mouse over a roboport, it'll tell you as well.
It only tells me the contents of the existing in that, but not all of them.
That tells me number of available robots. Logistics 1,314.
Oh,
Construction.
okay, I see it now. I was looking for an icon. Holy shit. And it's kind of funny, there's only like, 1/10 the amount of logistics robots as there are construction robots.
I mean, it's a fair distribution. What I find funny is the fact that if you scroll out, all those robots only amounts to like 2,000 and will like pretty much never need more than that. And yet we still have like 10,000 sitting around our base somewhere. That is so many robots just chilling somewhere.
I found most of them. They're in this chest.
The one?
I have them in a storage chest. They're just going in the storage as backup.
That's still only 2.3 thousand in there. But you're right, those actually do count part of the thing, I think.
I'm gonna halt the production over here.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't think we actually need more than what we have. At that point, it's just burning your resources.
In fact, I think I'll halt all of this production.
Nah, the
Oh, the airframes?
yeah, the airframes you need for the next tier of research. So you
Okay.
actually should make those.
Then perhaps I'll need another storage unit for those.
This should be the next research.
Military 4.
Yep.
Get the Spidertrons after that.
Nope.
What are
Oh,
those?
wait, actually, that is after that, isn't it? But we still need 2 other researches to get the Spidertron.
Portable fusion reactors and rocket control.
I'm aiming for artillery. Artillery is one of my favorite things in this game.
What does artillery get you?
Artillery. That's what it sounds like.
What does artillery do for us?
Shoot these pesky things coming to our base. You'll see it when you get there. It's nothing to be too hyped about. The Spidertrons are the hype thing that we need to be getting.
I gotta go catch a train so I can go back to my nuclear reactor.
So I'm out of space of adding more solar panels. I can't really add more.
And we need more power.
We don't, but we are increasing it quite quickly. So we're not quite there with the nuclear yet. I guess now that I got spare landfill, I can just start slowly landfilling things and scrape out a few hundred solar panels here and there. It's just that's not going to be like meaningful amounts.
There's these true logistics robots trying to give me some underground conveyors, and they're like so close to it, but they're like, nope, I gotta go charge. And I'm like, I got a train to catch. So they'll be taking the extra long journey to get back to me. But perhaps with the guys we have available, you know how some are being, like the construction robots, it's probably that those construction robots that are available are the only ones that your computer can actually run.
I don't think it would compute based on like total power.
Alright.
I think it's just that we don't have that many jobs out available for them to do.
Oh, like
Or there
available
even
resources.
could be there could even be like a hard limit. Like how many the game even is willing to run. But yeah, I think it's just that we don't have 10,000 different jobs with 10,000 different resources they can handle. Man, it sure is nice. Things are cooling down finally.
Temperature-wise.
Yeah, because I got my window open. Usually right around this time of night, it's like 80 degrees in my room.
And that's like the majority of the year in a lot of...
Yep. It's kind of why I want to move over there to Eureka, California. Where it's this temperature always. Every hour of the day, every day of the year.
Dang, I got nuclear fuel backup. Let's see what I can do with... this.
Oh, man. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered my website. I need to finish that thing. I'm coming to the conclusion that I've got very bad finishing project syndrome.
Oh. So do I.
I'm like so close to being done with that. I've got everything done. I even have like a little document on what I need to do left. It's pretty much like 3 things. It's not even big things. And yet, I could probably finish it in like maybe 10 hours of like work time. And yet I haven't. I should get that going though. It's like I need to start finishing these things so I can move on to the next interesting thing. These LLMs. I want to learn how to make my own LLM.
Huh.
My company is actually looking for people who are able to do that. And like the company meeting, they're like, yeah, that's one area we'd like to get more people with that skill set. Dang. Why are these green circuits so low volume?
Okay, you can just walk over heat pipes. I actually did not bother to even check if that was even a thing.
Wow, the heat pipes are kind of like hard to look at with that crappy concrete background. It's like visual vomit. Oh, and your like warning concrete isn't even in the same direction. That's awful. That is that's actually just awful.
Hey,
I think
look,
you
I
win
tried.
like Nobel Peace Prize for the worst base ever. Even the aliens wouldn't want to attack that. Just that section though. The rest of everything is okay.
Wait, what was that?
No, don't worry about it.
Why was there an explosion near me? Oh, was it a cliff explosive?
It was a cliff explosive. Yeah, they took
I
it
was
out of
like,
your inventory.
I'm about to say, it's like, I put that, I thought I did that like hours ago.
About to get a nuclear explosion.
It's like, I didn't hook that up just yet.
I don't know if they can blow up, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a possibility at least. We're finally about to get some power.
Well, we're scraping it.
Cool. We've almost maxed our power possibility out with the 30,000 solar panels that we've got. I think we'll probably get up to like 32,000 maybe, but I don't think we're going to have very many more than that.
The real question is, I don't know how to handle water just yet. I don't know if I'm going to need more water than what's being pumped out of the one thing, or not.
Yeah, I'm actually not too aware of like what the throughput and volume is.
I need to figure out how to actually put these in, but I'm going to... Oh, shoot. I still need to make uranium fuel cells. Ah, shit. How do I do that? I'm not near the starting though, because I don't know how to make uranium fuel cells. How do I do that? Is that a chemical plant thing?
I don't know.
I completely missed that step.
Seems like a pretty important step to miss.
I forgot about it because it was like 2 weeks ago.
Like usually when I think of like nuclear, I kind of think of the fuel cell, you know. But...
Yeah, but what makes the uranium fuel cell?
Isn't it the reactors? Because you need like the spent ones or something. Oh no, you need the fuel cells to put into the reactors.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
So what I needed, I go from nuclear.
Where's our research button? There we go. Hang on, we can take a look at the research and it'll probably tell us. Uranium fuel cell recipe used in a uranium processing, used in a centrifuge, I think.
Using a centrifuge? How's that possible? Huh? There's no like recipe for it. There's just nuclear.
Maybe you just craft it in a crafter then. It says it needs 1 uranium-235, 19 uranium-238, and 10 iron plates. I guess,
shit.
Yeah, I guess it's an assembly machine.
Wait, then what the hell is... Oh, nuclear fuel is just fuel. It's not actually the uranium fuel cell I've been needing. I have been making just fuel this whole time.
Yeah, the nuclear fuel is separate from the uranium fuel cell.
Ah, shit. Well, that's my bad. Well, I have the pipeline here for...
I guess that kind of makes sense. But hey, now you've got nuclear fuel at least.
Yeah, I just don't need that much.
Did you turn all of your like uranium into nuclear fuel?
A good chunk of it.
Oof. Well, that stings a little.
You know, it's just like everything else got distracted and. All right. I'm not shipping any of the uranium or the iron plates. I don't have any of the iron plates, but I can. That's all right next to each other, so that's kind of convenient.
You also need the crappy uranium in there too. So you have to have a system of like not recycling all of it. That's gonna be fun to figure out.
Apparently, nuclear fuel doesn't stack. Yeah, nuclear fuel doesn't stack. Where'd I get all this rocket? Oh, Would you like some nuclear fuel? For anything? I'm making it in abundance right now.
Just stick it in a logistics chest somewhere.
Yeah, it's in a logistics chest now if you need it.
I think maybe that fuel gets used in like nuclear bombs.
Oh, good. So it's not being completely made unusable.
No, I don't think it's a complete waste. But we're also not at nukes, so. In fact, we're a good few steps from nukes. I kind of decided to just like let you handle the whole research stuff. It's, you know, it's whatever. Dang, I thought I double layered all these walls. You know, I just had a thought. Since, you know, we've been talking a lot about the LLM stuff, so I guess it's kind of on line.
Alright.
But, you know, we were just saying that the art and stuff is basically you're not going to be an artist anymore in the same way that, you know, you're not going to be a typist or anything.
Yeah.
But I had a thought. Technically speaking, they're still reliant on like styles. So like if you want an LLM, Dolly or whatever, to draw in a specific style, that might be a job, like to make styles.
Well, that's function what I was hinting at earlier, or was suggesting earlier, is that, yeah, we're going to basically still have a pathway of people making styles and in custom creations and still, you know, dropping the drugs and doing the things. And
I mean, we are. I mean, that's a possibility. But the problem with that right now, like legally speaking, you can't copyright a style. So like, there's nothing to say that they can properly sell it.
So they're going to have public domain in the sense styles one day.
And we already do. Like Van
Yeah.
Gogh, for example, is the style of anything, whether Van Gogh or Mona Lisa or literally any style is not copyrightable. But that very well could change. Which will be like a headache and a half for artists, or for like just art in general. That might be where things are heading.
Well, nuclear fuel, though being produced, we're not
Yes.
near uranium fuel cells yet.
I'm sure we'll get power one of these sessions. Well, thankfully, we're not like struggling on power. We're doing pretty good on power. We're not like super far ahead of it either. Ooh, but they did finish putting the landfill down, so I can expand our solar panels a little bit. What is going on? Why? Why are they taking that path?
Yeah, what the hell is that path? Yeah, good. I hope they die. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. Dumbass.
Yeah, well, we got 10,000. It's okay.
Alright, so now I need to get plates down here, which conveniently for me is also right here. So this is just like a tedious, how do I put this over here?
We need to go back to our Viking ways and start conquering more land.
I can't believe I missed that whole key important thing called uranium fuel cells. I was like, oh yeah, I'm so close to it. I'm just doing so great. Nope.
Just can't catch a break.
No.
Oh, good, you are still making landfill. Start taking it from somewhere. Ah, yes, you are still making landfill. It's not a super huge quantity, but still very hopeful. And it's only not a big quantity because you're half of your like stone miners are just not doing anything.
Oh, like they're just dead because it's nothing left.
No, they're redirecting it to stone, which I imagine you're probably using for other things. But they don't kick on since they're like a dedicated half. So when their line backs up, they just cut off. It doesn't get rerouted to the landfill, which is probably a good idea, to be honest. You don't want landfill to just eat all your stone.
No, why? Why do you do that? It's so far away, but you put it down there anyway, and I can't go spilled. It's so ridiculous. I have to do this copy paste and bullshit thing, and dumbass bears and. Oh wow, I actually ran out of mineable resources in one of the spots.
Well, the ones near the edge do tend to go pretty quickly. I see you're redistributing the modules.
Oh, I just never filled those up earlier when I had them.
If we do get this nuclear power going, it'll be really good for like power reliability. That's because should we ever like exceed our solar power, we'll at least have like some tiny power dripping into the system instead of everything just literally cutting off. It's just I really hope that you don't need a lot of power to like kickstart the nuclear reactor. It'd be a pretty big shame if like because we ran or because we're using too much power the reactor cuts off. We get like a negative feedback loop. You know, satisfactory style. You remember when we had that?
Constantly, like all the time.
So hopefully that doesn't happen. Dang, our power usage is like really volatile. It is pretty neat seeing that graph though. Like our power is like on a consistent climb. We'd probably have run out of power if I wasn't consistently adding it this whole time. In other words, it'll be a nice break when you get the turbines going. Right, that's right. I was trying to make more red circuits. But of course, to make red circuits, I need more copper. So I'll do that first. I don't even know if I'm mining enough ore, copper ore down here, to be honest.
You need plates over here.
Yeah, I might be able to turn that into one more copper line. Let's see, just copy that. That's probably enough. Interesting. There's a bit of a delay when the robots start gathering resources for a new build. It's not like a really long delay. It looks like it's only maybe 20 seconds, but still, they're not instant at it. You okay? Dying of old age over there?
Yes.
Well, get in line.
Seniors first. But I'm older than you. The senior dev first.
Hundreds of robots in that solar panel roboport array. So many of them are there. Each one has like 50 or 100 robots in it. Well, okay, maybe it's only the ones near the edge where they're actually doing work. You know, it was a good idea to put those roboports along the wall, because we almost certainly would have had to repair a lot of places at this point. So, good call.
So, good news. They're
Yes.
almost spinning up.
Who's they?
The turbines.
Oh, that is good news. About to have more power. Oh, that one really messed up the roboport.
Alright, so can you take a look at my guy? So you see this little area here?
Hang on. Alright, I'm looking.
So, particularly this part of the conveyor down here where you see the 3 resources in the area.
Yep.
I need a better solution for this.
What resources is it?
So I got the 2 uranium types on one conveyor, but
Ooh.
I...
Yeah, they're mixed. You can't do that.
You're telling me.
You have to separate them. So the first thing to do
I need
is
a better way to
separate.
do it, though.
Well, they need to come in separate on the train.
They are.
There's really no two ways about it.
They are.
Oh, they are? Okay, which...
I only combined them because I didn't have another way to, like, in this
so
little
the one,
spot.
The belt's to the right of the
So where
iron.
I'm standing right here is where the lighter green
Okay,
235
good.
comes in.
So if you've got them separated, it's not a big deal. You need to do this. Let me draw you a diagram here. First of all, let's just fix this area.
Yeah, we can take it offline for the moment. That's fine.
I mean, it's going to be offline anyway, just because of the resources. I'm more worried about where those robots are taking those belts. Anywho, now that we've got enough space to work with, you can combine the 2 resources on one side by doing this, and then you can have that come back through like that. And so what you can then do, take this, and remember this because this is a good trick. You can
This is what I was trying to do earlier, but I was not successful in it.
Combine these into one, and just like that, it'll only ever be on one side.
All right. Yeah, because that's what I was trying to do earlier, but I failed at doing that, so it didn't dawn on me.
And, you know, it's like one of those hacks that you kind of got to get used to doing. But yeah, just remember that the way you do that is you take one center belt going down and then 2 belts hitting it on each side perpendicular.
I feel like my nuclear reactors.
Stuff. They're not spinning any turbines though, so it could be better.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
You got any water? Doesn't look like you got water.
Oh, did they not pass water? No, they passed water in between them.
Eh. Oh, the
do-
distance is actually cooling the pipes down. That's funny. You need those water boiler or heat exchangers further down.
Or closer to it? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. So you should be turning the steam as close to those nuclear reactors as possible, because hold your mouse over those heat pipes. It actually tells you the heat. You know, like drag your mouse further away the pipe. You'll see that the temperature's dropping quite a bit.
Oh, so it's just being air cooled right now.
Yep, pretty much.
Open air cooled nuclear reactor.
You are wasting a lot of potential steam there. Also, yeah, your steam pipes are all kinds of jank. But I'm not 100% sure why yet. Because you're not producing any steam. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah. Fun, isn't it?
Here, let me look up that real quick. Darn robots are killing themselves and they're dragging me away. Let's see, what's the problem? I guess you can't do 2 things in one pipe like that or something. Otherwise, I'm really not sure why that's not producing steam. Can you do something real quick?
Such as?
Can you get rid of one of the pipes on the opposite side? Or one of the heat exchangers on the opposite side?
Son of a bitch.
Do more underground pipes. You need to change those long sections into underground pipes.
Yeah, let me just do that real quick. Oh, what am I doing here?
Yeah, that one right below you. Can you get rid of that real quick? I just want to see if that makes a difference. And change those underground pipes to just pipes. The ones in the middle.
What about them?
Just change those to like regular straight pipes instead of underground ones. You don't need underground ones when they're right next to each other like that.
Oh, I mean, I have the resources.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if that's messing it up.
Oh, alright.
That's what I'm saying, give it a try. Yeah, but keep going to the left instead of to the right. Yeah, that one. That's the one I wanted you to replace. Still no steam.
Low temperature. It's just too cold.
Yeah, you're right. It's too cold. I figured 303 Celsius was plenty hot to boil some water. But, well, what do I know? I'm no physicist. Yeah. I don't know the fact that water boils at 100 Celsius.
What's this Newtonian physics they keep telling me about?
This is minimum temperature is 500 Celsius. Your nuclear reactors... What are you doing with your heat pipes, man?
I don't know how I never done it before.
Like, you got them in like an air cooling array. This is good if you want to get rid of the heat, but you want to amplify, like reduce the number of heat pipe or useless heat pipes you got. Make sure you only have like the one. Yeah, there you
go. Oops.
Okay, well, yeah, well, don't do that. That part's kind of important. Yeah, see, getting rid of the ones in between help amplify the heat, because right now your nuclear reactors are just not hot enough. You might very well need more nuclear reactors as well, and closer together. It's all space dependent, so you got to cram these things into a small space. Yeah, you're still only hitting about 350 max. So what I recommend doing you gotta get these things close, right? Are there underground heat pipes?
No.
Dang. What the heck is this setup? Hang on, I'm trying to like move things around a little bit for you to see if we can. You see what I did up here? Where I'm like getting two to a pipe. I think that would help a whole lot. So rather than expanding down like you're doing, that'd be better if you expanded to the cross.
We get our no. You need a both an in and out conveyor for that as well. So as long as there's room for that.
An in and out.
So you need it because you'll have the uranium
Spin
waste.
fuel?
Yeah, the spin
Ah, I
fuel.
see. Okay,
So
hang on.
That's
I
why
gotta
I'm doing it
revise
like
that.
this.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could do what I'm doing, but I think you need one more space. Oh yes, thank you. These need to be moved down one. And then... Ah, shoot. Hang on, do that one. Oh my god, stop with the concrete. There you go. Oh, oops. You got these things like max distance. Okay, now that should be enough space. And then you could technically take one of these, and I think... Yeah, so you got one in, one out. And now you can do... one in... I'm just getting destroyed. Dang it. Now I've been distracted. Alright, back to the setup here. So you can go to the left. Okay, you're getting pretty close to 500. You're hitting 441 now. Let's see. So you can have one coming in, one going out. Rid of that. The one coming... How much fuel and how quick do the fuel get spent?
That's a good question.
It looks like it takes a while, so it's not a big deal. So I'm gonna remove these for now.
There's only 12 used bits of fuel.
You will have outs, out, in, out, out, in. And there you go, that's your setup. You can take one of these and you can put it right here. This roboport needs to be moved down.
Really, it's just not going to use what's in my inventory?
Yeah, I
Alright.
have no idea how they determine this junk. And now all we need to do is move this power, because this is in the way. Might be able to move it here, to be honest. That's probably fine. That's gonna go away. Oh shoot, there may not even be room for power. Oh well, that'll probably be fun. Now what we need to do is figure out how the heck we get...
Heat pipes from the one side, because heat pipes only live on the top. So these two down here that you built will have, you have to connect them with the heat next to them.
No, I'm more worried about getting the fuel and stuff over there first. We can do the pipes in a second. That's jank. That one, those underground belts aren't even correct.
What do you mean?
They're going into each other.
Oh, they probably got Collide it properly. Yeah, and this they got flipped on the when I copied it. Yeah, I could see we got flipped here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not gonna work if we do that. Now, how the heck do we get this to work? So we should first have it. That one, that one. This one here.
How did they get flipped again?
Here, this one here.
Okay, unflipped it.
This here, this here, this here. There you go, fixed. Well, there's your fuel and your waste. So you can just kind of copy that pattern. Wow, yeah, you got some really high temperatures now. Although for some reason the turbines aren't running.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, those pipes working, right? Oh, one's working. Two are working.
Steam.
A couple are working.
No, they're not moving.
They say working, though. They're not generating, though, but they're working.
Oh, is it because we just have too much solar, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that. You're right.
Hey.
Now they're cutting on.
And that's steam, too. That's not pollution.
What'd you do to cut them on?
I did it. They just started turning on.
Oh. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. That's some pretty good power, too. The 18 or 60 megawatts.
About to say, like, how much space does this take up proportionate to, like, the solar on the power output?
Probably significantly less, but the resources to get that nuclear fuel is kind of difficult, it seems. The heck are those heat pipes being out of? They're hitting 800 Celsius. That's like
Copper and steel?
it's like copper smelting temperatures. But yeah, you can definitely see the pipes further away cool down a heck of a lot. So you definitely have to like keep these things condensed. Shoot, one of those ain't even hooked up. Wait a minute.
Where?
I just put down. There's no like underground heat exchanger, right?
Nope.
I asked that.
Yeah, it's you can see it on production on our heat pipe.
All right, we got some changing to do. There, fixed. So you just have to like follow that kind of pattern. Technically, I guess those two you don't need. Wow, there's one more pipe you need to put down. Can you put that?
Where is it?
Yeah,
The underground
right there.
one?
Right where you're standing. Right next, you see the ghost?
No. Oh, wait,
It's like
that
right
guy?
above your character.
Hold on, like this?
Literally just one heat pipe. It's a ghost. There you go. That's it. Now the other nuclear reactor should be heating things up.
Yeah, if you were like near that heat pipe in person, you would just melt and die.
Yeah, you'd burst in flames for sure. That is 900 Celsius. That is like smelting steel kind of temperatures, man. Actually, I don't know. I think steel's like 1,000 or something.
Hey, look, I'm not a chemist, so you could have convinced me. Well, I did it. I became a nuclear guy, the very thing that I was destined to become.
Congratulations, Mr. Fallout. You're now John Fallout. That's your name.
They call me Robert House.
No, only 200 years from now do they call you that.
Mr. House. And this whole thing has room to scale for the most part.
Yeah, seems pretty good. It scales better if you continue going to the left with the nuclear reactors instead of going down. If you keep going down with the nuclear reactors and to the left with the turbines, it's actually going to get much worse. If you go left with the nuclear reactors and the turbines, it'll be pretty good.
I can always go up on the other side of the train. I don't know how the train will work with the heat pipes, so the turbines could live over there, though.
Well, the whole thing is you got to minimize the distance between the nuclear reactors and the heat exchangers. So where the turbines go, I guess it doesn't matter, because I don't think the steam ever gets condensed once it's in a pipe. Although it does say steam temperature, so I could be wrong on that. It may not condense, but it might cool down. Either way, you got to like make sure everything's kind of next to each other. So you can't keep spreading the nuclear reactors further and further away. Either way, yeah, good job. I'm guessing they'll cut on at night. So we'll probably see them cut on again at night. We do need more of them, though.
Reactors?
Turbines.
Turbines? Yeah, I can put down more turbines.
You got 27 of them, and each one of them produces a little under 6 megawatts. In other words, you need, if you want to like fully support our base on steam turbines alone. Let's see. Let me bust out the calculator. We're using pretty volatile. We'll say 820 megawatts. At 5.82. Yeah, 141 steam turbines. So there's your goal. And I bet you by the time you have 141, you're going to need like 200. So I'd just go ahead and set your goal at 200 steam turbines. Whatever that looks like. Anyways, back to what I was doing.
Oh, the heat pipes actually glow at night from the heat.
Cool. Let's see, did the steam turbines only cut on at night? Yes. Well, there was like a small puff. There they go, yeah. So they do, that's good. They take priority over accumulators. Yeah, that's pretty good power. You're already up to 200 megawatts on the steam turbines.
And how much do we need?
Okay, I take it back. Apparently they do not take priority over the accumulators. It's also okay, I guess. Well, you're at 48 steam turbines. You need about 200 if you want to cover all of our power stuff. So take what you have and then times it by 4. That's how many steam turbines you need. It's not a small amount. But then again, you're also powering like a pretty massive base. And you only need 4 times that amount of steam turbines to equate all of those solar panels that you see. I mean, at the very least, I can see a nice impact on our like accumulator charge, just not discharging as much. Pretty good. So there's not like a huge reason to avoid using the accumulator charge since that is coming from solar. Alright, back to copper. Need to get a bunch of copper. It'd be really cool if there was like, oh, never mind. I was gonna say like some sort of smart thing, smart construction where it's like you give it a rule and it'll always do it, but that might get quite complicated on like how to set it up.
I've been completely zoned out over probably the past 30, 40 minutes.
It's not true, we were talking. Hasn't been that long.
Sometimes it feels like it.
It's like when you were sleeping.
I was asleep? When? What?
It's the same state.
Oh yeah, that
Even
zoned
with your
out
eyes
state.
open. Just
Only-
lose track of time. Suddenly, fast forwarding.
If only I could get like that with like studying and school stuff
And actually retain it, yes. Because doing that's pretty easy. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't envy it. I would like go back to sitting in a class, and it's been so long since I've done that. I don't really care to do it ever again. Like in some parts, it's kind of enjoyable to be part of the whole university life and everything, but the fact that like you're expected to regurgitate things in a test is always a little anxiety-inducing.
and it can be quite frustrating too.
Yeah, especially if you have to deal with that freaking Pearson company. God, I remember having to do physics homework, and their software just like kicks you out, like the anti-piracy software that's
Yeah.
meant to just make their software horrendous to use. Yeah, I remember that being the embodiment of frustration. I'll say I'm looking forward to some sleep this weekend.
Oh, you've been working long hours.
I have been. I don't want to say it in a rude way, but I have been wasting time with this. Been looking into the whole. I spent more time than I should have looking into the whole AI junk and playing with Dolly
Oh.
GPT stuff. It's very fun to like just test it and then see what it does, and sometimes it gets really close to your expectations and it's just like, cool, now let's do it 10 more times. And you know, that inevitably kind of screwed up the sleep schedule, and I find that if I screw it up at the beginning of the week, it tends to stay that way the rest of the week. So it's been like 1, 2 a.m. nights for me. For no good reason.
So what you been doing this whole time?
I mean, I just told you. So I assume
Oh,
you
I
mean
meant
aside
in-game.
from...
Yeah,
Oh.
no, in game.
Oh, okay. I have been amping up our power usage, of course.
I'm about to say it's like I just amped up the power. And I spent this whole time amping up the power.
Don't worry, I'm just offsetting it for you.
I left it pretty scalable, all things considered.
Well, you can keep taking a look at the power grid if you want to see what your goal is. It's still going to be 200. That'll probably get us good. Though we're probably going to be on like solar for a good while.
You want 200 gigawatts?
200 turbines.
Oh, 200 turbines. Oh.
That'll cover our whole power usage, and probably a little more. Should be pretty close to like 1 gigawatt. But yeah, what I've been doing, I have been filling a lot of machines with modules, and I have been consistently working to expand my like circuit creation. Look at that. I have been consistently trying to get all of those conveyors of green circuits, but one of them is just not filled yet.
You know what you're missing?
What's that?
Concrete floors. For only $5.99 and 20,000 payments of $5.99 per minute, per second for over 70 years, I can get you concrete floors now.
I think I'll live. Last thing I want is my base to look like yours. No offense, of course.
Just gonna slowly start doing this, and you'll never
You
notice.
better not. If my base ends up looking like that monstrosity,
That's because it's in the nuclear space. Nuclear.
don't you put any of that hazard crap down.
You just want that premium stuff, don't you?
The hazard stuff is the premium. Isn't that the most expensive one?
It just goes to an extra bit of processing, that's all. It just gets laser etched, essentially.
Well, none of that. If you take a look at like the production statistics, you can put your graph on the green circuits, and you can kind of get an idea of what I've been working on for like apparently the last 10 hours of game time.
The copper cable.
Green circuits or electronic circuit. Click that one and then zoom out to the 50-hour mark. You'll see the pretty clear indicator of what I've been doing.
Climbing and climbing.
I've like tripled, quadrupled the output actually. And that of course bleeds into the red circuits, which you can take a look at, and then the blue circuits as well. So yeah, I've just been working on those. Which all dives down to the modules that we're putting in all our machines. Now, this is so close to being filled. Why isn't it? I'm actually very surprised to see that these don't like level off a little bit.
I need to make more steam.
Are you actually using it up?
Yeah. I know, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, considering none of the turbines are turned on. Well, it does look like all your heat pipes have like hit their maximum temperature, which is pretty cool to see. Well, not all of them, but all the ones near the nuclear reactors are max.
999.
Yeah, you can't go beyond 1,000. It looks like. Anyways, whenever you're done with that, feel free to do the next research tier.
I don't know how to do yellows. Where are
You
yellows
got like
gonna
half
be?
the stuff automated. That's why I don't bother with it. They need the flying robot frames. They do need the blue processing units, and they need low density structure. The robot frames, I guess, aren't too hard. The low density structure take an absolutely ridiculous amount of copper. And then, you know, blue circuits are always a very big challenge. I'm not even producing enough of those over here. If I want to build more circuits, I simply need more copper. The 3 nodes that I'm mining is just not enough.
I have one node near me, and I have another one I'm hardly using.
Oh, no, apparently I'm only mining 2 nodes. Well, how big are they? They should be like 20 million.
And I got one 11 million, the other one's a 4.3.
Okay. The 11 million is pretty good. You could turn that one into a pretty good circuit processing plant.
Yeah, to move my rail
Probably
though.
have to, too. Yeah, I wish there were overpasses.
Or subway freight.
Yeah, subway would work, too. The only problem with subway is, like, then you're getting into the water logistics of what a subway incurs. Of course, you could just ignore that from a gameplay perspective, but that's jank.
So, would you like some nuclear fuel?
Nope. You can keep all of that radioactive junk in your base.
Yeah, your base went like the super high-tech, sophisticated automated system, and I had like this like goofy-looking radiation stuff that's just like glowing and making radiation noises.
I don't know. That nuclear reactor is the most high-tech looking thing we have in this game.
I was gonna say the centrifuges look pretty nifty.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they do. You're right. That is really cool. I haven't actually seen those before.
You always like never. You just always just got to that point. You just skipped around it.
The only problem is that it's all glowing a big old green hue. And that's very worrying. Oh, you're gonna have like glaucoma in your eyes or some crap.
Glaucoma in your eyes.
It's probably not even related to cancer, but I don't even care. You're gonna get it.
That's. And I'm gonna have a stroke now. Like glaucoma, so you usually get when you're older.
Yeah, it is. That's how I remember it.
How do you spell that? Glaucoma.
I kind of like how
Here
it
we go.
sounds.
A glaucoma is basically a group of eye. So it's eye by the Mayo Clinic eye disease that is characterized by an unstable or sustained increase in the whatever the hell that says pressure, which each eyes. So yeah, when you get older, your eyes aren't able to withstand the pressure. Optic nerve. So your optic nerve getting damaged.
Yeah.
Glaucoma. I mean,
Your
staring at a
cancer
screen
is
long
gonna
enough.
exasperate your glaucoma. That's what's gonna happen.
So you've diagnosed me with early onset glaucoma. What a horrendous like diagnosis to give someone.
Stop staring at those nuclear reactors.
But they produce water vapor. Yeah, the water vapor is going in your eyes.
You're gonna go to your doctor. He's like, what have you been looking at? Well, doc, I work in the nuclear industry.
Which actually in the state of Georgia wouldn't be too unheard of. Like the only state that has like had a nuclear power plant made online in like the last 40 years.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. The only difference here is that you're like staring directly into the centrifuge or right into the reactor itself, whereas those have probably got the reactor behind it, several tons of concrete.
That's why I got the reactor protection suit on me.
I mean, lore-wise, that's probably the only way you're alive right now. You got like uranium just chilling on your thing, and we're not even talking like the crappy, like, we're talking enriched uranium just chilling 10 feet away from you on some conveyor belts.
Like the radiation profile of this area is just like absolute devastation.
Yes, that is like 20 Chernobyls all concentrated within like 2 city blocks.
And no wonder why things are mutating.
I mean, you know, have a look at the what you're doing to that poor lake there.
This my area actually. I need to see a pollution map. See, my area doesn't even make pollution technically. It's all from my mines.
It does produce
Makes-
pollution, but it's
makes-
very, very small. You're right.
Makes water vapor.
Especially when you compare it to mine. I've never seen a base have as much pollution as my base has right now.
You've never
Honestly,
had
it's
it get that
only,
bad.
it's only because I'm like putting no efficiency modules.
Oh,
in
because of your landfill mine, your landfill production, you actually have pollution over your solar.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't that kind of defeats the purpose of the solar, right?
The solar offsets a lot. It's okay. Speaking of which, it's time to upgrade it.
Oh man.
That was a pretty good addition. It's about 400 or so more solar panels.
Are these enough turbines for you?
No, you have 133.
Oh.
I said 200. 200 is just to like... Yeah, I think 200 is probably right around 1 gigajoule. Let's see, let's do the math. 200 times 5.82. Yeah, it's 1.1, not gigajoule, but gigawatts. 1.1 gigawatt. So yeah, that'd probably be enough to offset all of our power, just a little more. Man,
that-
they are getting very agitated. We need to get on that research. If we have artillery, we can keep them away from our walls.
Those steam turbines are going to use.
It's good stuff.
Huh, how come these cut out? Did they run out of steam? And the pipes? Did the pipes get empty?
What the?
Yeah,
the
they ran
steam
out of
turbines?
steam itself. I'm not making enough steam.
Don't you know it's very hard not to make a really crappy steam joke right now?
What do you mean steam joke?
Exactly. You might just say that our base is steam powered. I mean, I told you.
Huh? You high or something?
You know, the game company, Steam.
What about it?
Alright, just forget it.
I just anti-joked you. Just straight up, you know, joke block. I mean, technically we're not even running this particular game on Steam.
But we could be. You know, like our base.
Was that supposed to be some sort of steamy joke that I too dense to understand?
We could be running our base on Steam, but unfortunately for you, our solar panel is actually surprisingly powerful. We hit the 31K mark on it. Which I wasn't sure if we'd actually hit. Well, can't quite expand that solar too much. Because it's actually going to go beyond the wall above where your, like, where your stuff is. It's going to go beyond that base wall. So I guess that's just going to be where it is.
Oh, it's those robots trying to cross the dead zone again. Dingus.
And how much we can do
Oh,
about
there's so
that.
many of them just doing that. Look at that. There's more of them doing it. It's kind of impressive that they'll actually go and just, you know, suicide pack it. Oh, I never noticed that there was a turret coverage button. I just now noticed that, and I've been looking at it this whole time.
I'm just confused as to why they're taking that path, though. I guess it's to, like, repair something up there, but why are the ones way down there going and doing that?
Just the ones that are available, I guess.
I like that steam turbine design that you got going there.
Yeah,
Cool stuff.
the square.
Yep.
I'm able to twist and turn it all around, but need more heat.
Oh, whoa.
What?
My blue circuits have backed up. This has never happened before. That means all of my modules are filled. Good, because I was running out. Oh, fantastic. I have so many modules right now. Man, wait, what is the production on these productivity modules? I must have like really increased it. Oh my god. I really did increase it. Wow. We went from producing like maybe 10 a minute to now we're producing 100 a minute. 10 times increase. That's pretty good. Of course, that might just be because everything's filled at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna make these productivity modules, the whole module system a little more efficient on our power. See if I can give us a few
I have
megawatts
all the
back.
power. Use what you need. Keep taking from it. It needs to be tested.
It's true, we definitely have the power for it, but I can skim a few off without any, like, no real skin off my back, so it'll be okay. I'll just replace some of these speed modules with efficiency modules instead. I wish I could figure out what the equivalent of 2 new machines is. Oh wow, they're pretty quick with that landfill. Bam, extra 200 solar panels. We're not even supposed to be using solar anymore, but oh well. There we go. Now that I'm shocking the system a little bit, looks like red circuits. I need more of those. Let's do. Yeah, you know what? For these high efficiency things, you know what? I'm kind of wishing I had that cut and move thing as well. Actually, would be pretty helpful.
How do I tell how many steam turbines I currently have?
Just click any of the power stations.
And you said I need 200 something?
Yep. 200.
Oh, wait. Are my steam turbines now, in some ways, actually able to produce more electricity in a few moments?
Then, like,
The solar? I guess it's hard to tell with the accumulators as they get drained and stuff, and it's nighttime.
I mean, you can do the math. 5.82 times 178 gives us an output of 1 gigawatt. Whereas solar panels give, I don't know how exactly many, but if we say 31,000, it's probably like 31,500, but 31,000 is 1.8 gigawatts. In other words, you need 320 steam turbines to beat our solar production. During the day, that is.
And since I don't
So
have the
you're
day-night limitation, I just have to literally put
right.
them down at this point, and then
Exactly. I don't know why, but it does like a constant stream of 60 megawatts. Which is interesting. It's a small offloading, but sure. Keep in mind, if you don't have that 200, technically even right now you'd be good so long as all of the turbines power. So is there any way for us to stress?
you could disconnect.
We have too many connections to the solar grid. It'd be very challenging to disconnect them all.
There's a way to like just like right-click and disconnect them. Oops. Not by like tearing them down, but
Oh, really?
yeah, I saw
It's
it.
even more worrying because I feel like if you do that, we're going to forget which connections we did that to. There's like 5 major places you'd have to turn it off if you really, really wanted to give it a try. It's this place.
You know how you mentioned the other day you heard an explosive go off and your power went flaky?
Yeah,
I
right.
just heard something outside and the power just flickered in the house.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
That ain't good.
Are we
There
getting
you go.
storms tonight or something?
It's 3 places, it turns out.
Yeah, if you shift left click when you're near a power thing, you can actually disconnect it entirely.
Cool.
Without
Guess for
actually
like
like tearing it
aesthetics
down. I don't know how
purposes.
to reconnect it though.
Anywho, hopefully your power isn't like messed up, dude. Did you hear an explosion or something?
Yeah, I heard something out there. I had the window open and it went boom boom.
Yeah, weird.
That's concerning.
Yeah, it is. Hopefully it's not like someone getting a crash either. That's what I'm always worried about. It's like somebody crashes into the line.
That does happen.
Yeah, it does. Didn't find out what it was that caused that power outage. But it shut off completely for like a minute or two.
Yeah, there's no storms out there. I mean, it's something happened. Well, in fact, we're actually clear on. We're gonna have. It's gonna be really dry out there for the next like week.
Could be a good thing.
All right, so now I gotta figure out how to reconnect the power line that I disconnected.
And that shift clicking at work. Shift right clicking at work.
Wait, no, I don't think. No, I think it just hides it if you shift it. If you shift click, it just hides the power line. I don't think it actually. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It just hides it. How do you unhide it? Is it
You've got the 3 locations you need to go to if you want to just take the whole thing offline temporarily. But only do that when you're like prepared, because I don't want my factory to stop.
Yeah, I'm not ready yet. All right, now how do I unhide the stuff? How do I pull up the tutorial thing?
Yeah, you could really do with some unhiding in that spot. Yeah, not too sure what we're going to do about this next research thing. I don't think you have enough copper resources, and I know I don't. I might need to go up there and help you with that 11 million copper ore and then see if we can turn that into the stuff we need. How's my circuits going?
Well, it's a Futurama little spin-off thing, and so I can't really tell you. I mean, they might actually make it into a spin-off show. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
We're gonna make an all my circuits.
You weren't expecting that one, were you?
It took me a second. Anyways, it does look like the circuits are backed up, so I have no idea how much they are producing.
I should have let on with like saying something about Bender, but it's like pushing 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, probably about time to wrap things up.
Yeah, worry about research and moving that next time.
Anyways, let me do my finish my red circuit stuff because I want to finish that. To be honest, that's what I was aiming for hours ago. There's just been so many things I had to fix.
Oh yeah, I had no clue what I was going to do today, but I got done with something.
Dang, these don't produce anything. All right, that's what my plan was. Oops. So you can actually use the beacons to do the efficiency modules. And you can put nothing but productivity modules into the crafting machines themselves. Man, no wonder this has got issues. My darn beacons are missing. Dang, what is it getting destroyed? That same corner. Dang, we're getting attacked in 5 different places at once. That's why. Look at that. They're actually getting through.
Dang. You want some nuclear-powered tank?
Well, that's really problematic. Holy crap, that's a big wave. It's a good thing we have like a few extra turrets over there, but like, wow. That apparently cut the whole power off for that area. I was not aware we were missing power. 2 power connections to that wall. Oh, that's good.
Are they handling it?
Not really. It's all out of power, so there's little they can do until they get through the upgrades. And who knows how far they are from an upgrade. They're all pulling it from your base, so.
That's lovely.
Which I think your stuff is actually technically further. I'm not really sure. Now I see some robots deploying at least. Okay, they fixed. No, they didn't fix anything. Oh boy, they sure are bringing a whole bunch of laser turrets. It's too bad until the until the substations show up, it doesn't mean anything. Ah, finally, the people with the substation, or the robots with the substations, are finally arriving.
And
So
hopefully
we
it's
might
not
actually...
too late.
Well, they've already destroyed all the laser turrets. Well, most of them. There we go. It isn't too late.
It's just really annoying. And it's
Well,
not
there's still
done yet.
two more.
There's biters. There's a couple of them.
It's that other side. There's still a few more substations that need to connect and fix before things are fully restored. But at least with only two, the amount of damage those two can do before they fix it is probably pretty minimal. But yeah, it's going to be a little while till that stops. The robots have a lot to repair. At least you can see them kind of mobilizing. Anyways, I gotta finish this darn red circuit stuff so we can hop off.
Yeah, I've kind of like paused for tonight anyways. You can tell I've just been painting the ground. I basically entered MS Paint mode.
Nah, this shouldn't take too long. So give me just a minute. Oh my god, I need wire. Dang.
It's always something, isn't it?
Also, they're now attacking the side of the wall that doesn't have power. That's a little problematic. Who knows how long it's going to take them to store power over there.
Perhaps next time we'll have to spend a good bit of the early bits getting that military upgraded and then getting the next round of bases killed.
Well, that's all dependent on you making the research, so... We can try to make it with what you got, but I don't think you have enough resources. Well, I don't, so... You can probably do that and then have, like, the research trickle in while we resolve the resource issues. Alright, well, it actually turns out that I need more, copper than I thought. I don't have enough wire, so I'll just solve the wire next time. Let me put a 2-2 on the map, though. Alright, you ready? Do a hard save.
I get the option to do a hard save when it closes.
Well, I'm just telling you so you know we're done. In case you need to wrap something up first.
I am good to go.
Alright.
And on that, I'm going to go ahead and